Hello, everybody. Hope everything is all right and you had a great week. Checking out what is putting the pages I need. Opening the pages I need. And tuned to Radio Exterior de España, 15500. That's the frequency to North America. Very good signal today. Check the indices, see what the space weather looks like today. So okay, index at 3. It's a little high, but solar flux is at 107. So I'll be checking that. There could be some geomagnetic storming due to a coronal hole on the sun. So that is what could be the major issue with what's happening right now. As we will tune the bonds today and check out different things. And okay. Everything seems okay. It's 74 Fahrenheit here today. It's 20, something like 22 degrees Celsius. It's it's a spring, almost summer-like day. And tomorrow is going to be like in the 30s and rain and even maybe some snow. So that's Montreal for you. I went to get my beer, and the Chinese guy at the store, like I said, it's summer. He said, yeah, summer for one day. Winter's coming back tomorrow. And so, yep, everything looks okay. So welcome aboard, everyone. This is the usual Saturday live show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time in order to have fun with radio. And we're always a great bunch of people here that have a lot of fun. I haven't opened my beer yet, so I'm going to open the beer and take a sip. Let's get this party started. It's extremely windy outside. We're getting wind gusts up to about 40 miles an hour. Up to about 60 to 70 kilometers per hour all day today. Yesterday was also a beautiful day, but at least yesterday there wasn't really any wind. Today it's really windy. I guess it's the changing weather. And okay, so welcome aboard, everyone. My name is Gilles, located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. We are here to entertain and have fun with radio. We have a beautiful chat room with wonderful people, amazing people, and it is always fun to meet up with everyone every Saturday and hear what they have to say, talk about their radios, signals they're listening to, and just have a great time overall. And of course, when this is over, we have a Facebook group, which is the same name as the channel, official SWL channel. And it's a place where you can continue sharing when you are in when the live show's over. And we have almost 4,400 members, and have a great we have a great conversation there too, where people are sharing what they're listening to, things they're, with their radios and what they think, and so on. So it's kind of a full loop where everybody's always in contact of what's happening, and it's really kind of cool to have that going on. So really nice to have everybody here. So let's start. I opened up the usual pages, EIBI space for the schedules, the HF Underground for pirate activity. Always fun to check out if some unusual pirate is there. Also, I've got Priam. In the nearest time, we'll have our usual Saturday chase of the number stations coming out of Russia. So that's going to be kind of fun to check out also in the nearest time, 21 UTC. And this is always kind of cool to go through. So, Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you on board. We have at 8,000 feet, got an AM Volt V4, tried the stock and may try another type of firmware. There was no Wi-Fi. Loves the fact that the IBI schedules are loaded in sync. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Mike B, nice to have you here in Bayfield, Colorado. Brad Shaver, nice to have you on board. Bradley from North Illinois. What else do we have? Robert Cross, nice to have you on board from the UK. USFC, nice to have you on board. Free to choose, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien de Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Nice to have you on board. Megan, nice to have you here from Commerce City, Colorado. David Ward, nice to have you here from Texas, WA5253SWL. And Temple, Texas. Skitology, nice to have you here. Southern Ontario, gotta say, shortwave bands are pretty dead today. Checked all the stations and they're pretty weak. Yeah, well, as we'll get into summer, one of the things that is very important to understand is that daytime listening is not a good thing in the summer. Usually, as we get the longer and longer days, the absorption of the delayer is so big that usually from like late morning until late afternoon, it's the bands are rather quiet. You'll have mostly local stuff to listen to. It's really going to be better as we get closer, like that around this time, and later it starts to get better. So it's going to be interesting to look at what's out there. K-index of 3, it's a little messed up, but it's not too bad either. If it doesn't get worse than that, it might be okay. Brian Leisner, nice to have you on board, and thank you for the donation through PayPal that I saw arrive. Much appreciated. As if you guys want to help me out, don't forget that you can send a little something either through the PayPal or through Super Chat here. PayPal also for the pizza fund, of course, if you don't want me to die from starvation. And, of course, cat trees for Paul the Cat. The PayPal address to send your donation is this one here. And if you send it to officialshortwaveradio@gmail.com also works. I got my new, it's the funding drive for the CKUT 90.3 FM community radio station that we have, the International Radio Report. And so I got my new CKUT t-shirt. There we go. Intergalactic Radio. So this is the t-shirt that I got for the donation that I did to the station at the same time to keep it on. We're hearing more and more stories of community stations that are linked to universities and that are closing down because students don't want to pay the fees to keep the station on the air, and they have to compensate and find money. And so this is something that could happen to CKUT at any time. We never know. And so we hope that it's not, but with the funding drive they're having right now, hopefully it's going to keep the station alive. Their goal is $55,000. And let me just check right now. As of right now, and the funding drive technically stops tomorrow. As of right now, they are at 43,500. So they're not far from the goal, actually. There's still a little more than 10,000 to go. If anybody wants to help community radio station, if you listen to the International Radio Report show, simply go to ckut.ca and you'll see that there's the funding drive. There's a donation button, and you can give, and if you do give a donation there, what is good is choose the International Radio Report that you want to give it for this International Radio Report show. And so any amount helps, and it helps us keep the station alive. We're doing not too bad as a show. Our show is number 5 today, and the highest amount of donation. So considering it's just a 30-minute show on Sunday morning, not bad at all. So if anyone wants to collaborate and give a little something to CKUT, go ahead. And it keeps the community radio station alive. There was no other radio station than CKUT that would, than community radio like CKUT that would allow a show like the International Radio Report to actually exist. This is, why community radio stations need to help, and they need to stay on the air to have the shows we don't hear anywhere else, the music we don't hear anywhere else also. Okay, let's continue down. We have David Ward. Nice to have you here from Texas. Scatology, hello. Torben Hervensen, nice to have you here from Norway. Hope you are well, my friend. Brian Leisner, nice to have you here. Thanks for the donation, as mentioned above. Blogger I also, thank you for the donation. I saw it arrive through PayPal. Much appreciated. It's really, really helps a lot. You have no idea. Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here from Morgan City, Louisiana, with his call sign of WA5107SWL. RJDA Dakota, nice to have you here from Winsville, Missouri. And then we have Brett Woolley, nice to have you here from northwestern Oklahoma. And says, have a great show, really enjoy. I'm only about 60 miles from where Hauser is reporting from in Enid, Oklahoma. Cool. Nice to have you here. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. RJDA Dakota, nice to have you on board. Says, it seems there was a series of storms that you guys got. So I hope things are getting better. Brian Leisner, lots of static crashes past couple of days. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. Brian Leisner, WRMI, was just playing Donovan's Mellow Yellow. Gary 24 Finn, nice to have you here from Northern Maine. Here it's supposed to be a rainy and even maybe half snow tomorrow night. We're under a watch here, because a flood watch, because the rivers are really overflowing with the melting snow. Plus, we've had a lot of rain in the last week, and so some of the rivers are just approaching critical level. Even here in Montreal, the Rivière des Prairies, the Prairie River, just up north of Montreal. Some parts of Montreal are kind of looking at, maybe the river could flood parts of the northwest part of the island of Montreal. So we'll be checking that out. as there's going to be more rain tomorrow. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TL in New Jersey. Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you here. The Rorex, nice to have you on board. I wonder if you waterproofed your 490 antenna. No, I just left it the way it is. And for now, nothing happened. I'll see how it goes. But for now, it's just the way I left it the way it is. The ML830, I left the way it was, and I mean, it worked for what, 6-7 years at least before it stopped. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it is already very well waterproofed, and the way that it's made. So we'll see how it goes. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. 09 Keller, nice to have you on board. 40 meters this AM was terrible. And this call sign K5 TGS. Mad Radio DXer, nice to have you on board from the UK. Brad Shaver. Thanks for the nice words. This show is like an addiction. Don't need drugs. You need the official Shortwave channel live show on Saturday. Just can't get out of it. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Dustin Loaf, nice to have you here from Alabama. Bert, nice to have you here. WF7I Homebrew from 90 Fahrenheit, Virginia. Had a nice evening last night. Did an astrophotography demo for Natural Bridge State Park, the Orion Nebula, and many galaxies on my iPad display from the Celestron scope. Cool. I had to work and do stuff last night, and I did absolutely nothing. I wanted to review officially the M-Light, and it was so beautiful outside, and after a very long winter, I just spent the evening outside having a few drinks on the balcony and enjoying radio and listening to different things. It was kind of cool. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you here from Florida. Martin, nice to have you here from Stockholm, Sweden. Been a long time due to life, and this being on quite a late local time. Changed the handle a while back. Nice to be Mr. Stonegrove, so nice to have you on board, Martin. And yeah, life does get in the way, definitely. And sometimes we have to step away from what we do and, come back later. Definitely. What else do we have? Just go down. Okay, here we go. RJ Dakota says last few evenings late 4940 was very clear. Only heard that a few times. Cool. Blagardai, nice to have you on board from Virginia, picking a radio. Kevin, nice to have you on board. Dolphins and Sunshine in St. Pete, Florida. Looks great. And thanks for the donation. Much appreciated, Kevin. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from Scotland. And where spring is slowly springing. Yeah, here it's spring one day and winter the next. It's kind of up and down. Brian Leesner, I haven't posted it to Facebook recently. I got a cheap tripod to do it, so when I resume, they won't shake. So, yep, that's the way to go. I have a little tripod, a little something to do. Over time, I got 3 or 4 tripods now that I just put the phone on. TVDXer, salut, ça va bien, j'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Nice to have you on board. Chris, nice to have you on board. And yes, happy International Amateur Radio Day to everybody that is a ham operator. This today is the International Amateur Radio Day, and it is definitely a good time to celebrate ham radio. So pretty cool. Skidology says, when I said I checked the stations, I actually just got up a little more than half an hour ago. And I checked them, and they're pretty weak. Yeah, but like I said, midday is the worst, one of the worst times for anything, especially in the summer. In the winter time, it's different because the D layer doesn't absorb as much. But summertime, up to like late afternoon, it's often not fantastic because of that D layer absorption. Robert, nice to have you on board, listening to some shortwave hotspots. AM radio antenna modified to listen to shortwave. Cool. VT radio, nice to have you on board, Paul in Northern Vermont. ET himself, nice to have you here. Jim Gordon, I'm noticing that not only has the price of new and used laptops greatly risen, but RAM of 8 gigabytes rather than 16 is now becoming the norm, and 250 gigabyte storage rather than 512. Yeah, prices are crazy. They are expecting that PC sales will actually slow down this year because of the prices of the computers. Robert in North Georgia, pretty cool. Steve Ardley, G6GEF, nice to have you on board. G6JEF from Bridlington, UK. Nice to have you here. Bob Rouse, nice to have you on board from North Carolina. At 8,000 feet says 10 cc of official shortwave channel. Okay. Just going to catch up here. Okay, there we go. Okay, we have Blogger Die, CFRX 6070, good signal in Virginia. 7490, male announcer, kind of ID language. 2490 has to be WBCQ. Usually it's WBCQ there. 9350, WWCR, English. 9395, WRMI Pop Music. 9460, male announcer, Voice of Turkey. So some interesting signals, it seems, there. Toast and Loaf, just hearing 10 and 15 today. Let's do a little tour here for a minute. So it seems that Spain faded away a little. 25, do I hear 25? Nothing on 25, which is to expect as we get into summer. 25 will not usually propagate here. 20? Nope. How about 15? Nothing on 15. Barely audible on 10. So kind of tells you that those frequencies are not great right now.
Well, that is true. That's my responsibility.
9330, which is WTWW, I think. What else do we have here? This is in English, 9705. I believe this is, that must be Vatican Radio. 9705 is Vatican Radio, coming in quite well. Yeah, Vatican Radio until 21 UT. Up to 2030 is in English, and in 5 minutes they're going to switch to French. So pretty surprising signal from Vatican Radio, 9705.
Hydrological services failed to say the statement that flooding was expected to peak between July and September, and the height of the rainfall.
So 9705, we are having Vatican radio coming in quite well, direct from the their transmitter side there. Okay. Brian Leesner, this is becoming a habit. I get my little area set up with a laptop for the SDR and a portable on my side. Still haven't gotten tired of having the M-Lite 880 on my bedside or by my side. I'm loving using the M880. It's fun to play with. My review's coming up. I'll do it tomorrow. I promised Friday, but finally tomorrow. There are a few comments I will make that, it depends what you're searching for and everything. What it does it in general quite well. It's the only radio that I have. I've got 3 radios with noise reduction. And of the 3, this is the one that I use the noise reduction a lot more. It's better than the Yaesu in general. And it's better than my Chinese clone, even though that one was good. But there's downsides to it too. There's a few things I wish it would have, like the display. It would be cool if you could, with the press of a button, switch from seeing the spectrum 40 kilohertz on each side to seeing a waterfall, like alternate a waterfall or a spectrum display. That would be kind of cool, because for now I find it more like a glorified, frequency display. There's a few things like that, and having a clock on the display would be nice. Things like that. But most of my comments will not be major issues. And of course, this radio is not for everybody. It depends what you're searching for. On an external antenna, it works great. It's very sensitive. So, it's not bad a radio. It's fun. And for anybody that likes something that's out of the ordinary, a little unusual, it's fun to play with. KW1161, Kenneth, nice to have you on board from Tucson, Arizona, without the Dolphins. Old Radios, CQ, nice to have you here, Old Radios. The Bluegrass Farmer, nice to have you on board. Have you heard of any International Space Station SSTV events coming up? I believe there was one that I completely forgot last week, where they were actually transmitting slow scan TV, but on 40, I think it was on 437.550 rather than the usual 145.800. But for the rest, nothing that I know of for now. Joseph, nice to have you here from San Francisco Bay Area, California. And says, perhaps we should celebrate International Pirate Radio Day by taking over International Legal Ham Day. Whole Radios had success at the monthly drive and swap meet, so you had fun. Did you pick up anything new? Lester Polyester, nice to have you here. And pretty cool to have you on board. Okay, what else do we have? So what else do we have? Well, 16 gigabytes of RAM for people that don't do much is enough. Preferably 32 for a little more demanding stuff. Benson, nice to have you here from Texas. ZY3WR. Question, is RNZ Pacific is Radio New Zealand? Yes, they are. Radio New Zealand is also calling themselves RNZ Pacific. The time I can catch is mostly in the morning at 13690, but sometime at evening on 9700, and rarely 17675. Yeah. I know that they've was looking at their schedules, and they've got some changes that 17675 doesn't seem to be used this year in the summertime. So from what I noticed, is it seems like RNZ Radio New Zealand here to hear it this summer. I will have to listen to it late. Let me just go back here. So RNZ. If I look at the schedules, RNZ. So what frequency are they using? Okay, yeah, 2059-0458. Yeah, okay, they're using 17675, but it's not directed towards the Pacific. This year, they're directing it towards Oceania. There's towards, the Australia. So it isn't pointing towards North America like when they usually do the Pacific. So this year, until now, I've been unable to hear at all 17675 in Montreal. And the best frequency, I think, for me will maybe be 13690. But even then, it seems that this year, it's not going to be as good a year for Radio New Zealand for me. So I'll be checking that out because I like listening to RNZ in the evening, in the summertime. Old Radio's got a 1946 floor model Philco AM shortwave 78 RPM turntable for $75. Cool. Joseph, I don't know if you're familiar with a guy named Showdown that broadcasts from Hawaii on 11 meters. He was an amazing soul, so much fun. Apparently, he just passed one of my fave Super Bowl ops. Oh, I didn't know. I've never heard that before. So wow. Okay, so he passed away. Says I'm gonna have a nice Maui Wowie this afternoon and with my coffee to celebrate Showdown. So yeah. Fortunately, that's what I was saying to Sheldon. The average age of our hobby is older. So we definitely from time to time will have news of someone passing. And that is always sad. There's a pirate radio station. I still remember how it kind of affected me a little. When I moved here in 2001, 2-ish, a pirate that I think is still active from time to time, Cupid Radio, in the Netherlands. We had, back in the day, we were on MSN Messenger. And we became friends and started to chat over MSN Messenger because he knew I was often working from home. And so he wanted to know if his signal was making it to North America. And he was often on either the 19-meter band or on the 13-meter band. So I would tune in and say, tell him my signal report. And via him, I eventually had another Netherlands pirate, Black Arrow. And Black Arrow was also sometimes, sending me messages. And one day that he was broadcasting and I was hearing him, he actually turned on the camera. It was so cool because he showed me the closet we had where he had all the equipment for transmitting. His name was Alfred. And it was a great guy, and we would chat often, and we often would have the camera on so he could show me this pirate, setup and so on while he was doing the pirate station live. And one day the messages stopped arriving, and and there was no more, I could not hear Black Arrow, and I was wondering, what happened? Did he stop or something? And then I don't remember who. I think it's Cupid Radio that actually told me. I got a message and it said, "Oh, by the way, sorry, Alfred, Black Arrow pirate. Yeah. Well, he passed away in a motorcycle accident." And I was like, "What?" This is so sad. I mean, he had a wife, and I think he had a kid or 2 kids. It was so sad. He was young, and there are moments like that you can't like that redefine your in the hobby. You're like, oh wow, this is really sad to hear that that person passed away. Old Radio says his radio is great cosmetic condition, but electronics need refurbished after 80 years, and needs a new power cord for sure. So cool. Simon Templar, I found out on Tuesday at work that ITU Corp in Indiana bought High Gain and Kirschcraft, 2 of the deceased divisions of MFJ Enterprises. The return of antennas and rotators. Cool. Cool. So somebody decided to take over. Pretty cool. Blogadai, 9705 Vatican Radio English, 9930 WTWW, 11760 Spanish. Which should technically be Radio Havana, Cuba. 11965 African Pathways from Madagascar. Pretty cool. ZY3WR says yesterday there was a Russian number test at 9925 at 19 UTC. WF7I Homebrew. It's nice to spend time outdoors in the shade or at night here this time of year with the radio in hand for sure. And says Old Radio's got a 1909 Edison standard phonograph for $120. Cool. Skidology was listening to Voice of the Report of the Week on 4840 when suddenly mid-broadcast it just cut out. There was no storm going in Nashville at the time, so I assume it was due to their faulty transmitter. That is totally possible. Totally possible. Benzin said 6,000 Radio Havana, Cuba. Simon Templar, I can hear 9930 in the static. Skidology, No Joy, 9705. Skidology, I assume it's because of the noise I have in my apartment. Even with a magnetic loop, there's still noise. Yeah, when that's unfortunate, but in many locations, especially when you're stuck with an indoor antenna in the apartment, most of the time, in order to listen to something, you almost have to go outside somewhere. This summer, I will be doing a lot more of my walk in the park radio videos. With the higher noise floor here is going to make me want to go more out with the radios. And I've got a few new places to go this year. We have the new REM train, which is now a new it's automated electric train. And now there's a lot of several stations, and it actually goes out of the city also into a place called Deux Montagnes. And I was looking at what the places I could go and bring my radios. And this summer, I think I'm going to have fun taking that train, and going out up to Deux Montagnes and, setting up in new places that I've never been with my radios, and having fun on some really beautiful summer day with radios. So it's going to be kind of interesting. I was testing a little something once when they did the first branch of that train. I took that train 2 or 3 times, and since it's all electric, I was curious as to how noisy it must be for radio. I was very surprised to see that even close to the rails, which are all electrified, the noise wasn't that high. It seems to be pretty good in maintaining its RFI, but it's pretty nice to try that. So this summer, I plan on having a lot more videos of urban DXpeditions and even going outside of the city now with with the REM train. ZY3WR, I can catch few Cuba frequencies, but when it's close to morning, like 9710 later on. Robert, Analog History, the good old Radio Shack Cold War days. Yeah. WF7I Homebrew, I think I just worked number 100 DX station on 20 meter. I have DXCC now on 10, 15, 20. Just need 40 and 80. So pretty cool. So Martin 9705 is very good here, which is no surprise. Benson said just got a QSL card back from WWV for reception report a week ago. Cool. Lagadai 11975 Romania 12070 Radio Farda. Wolferton 15500 Radio Exterior España. Cool. Ardad. Sorry, guys. Still have a little bit of leftover. It's not as bad as last week. A little leftover of kind of a little throat issue. All right, nice to have you here, K2ADC in New Jersey. Bert at WF7I Homebrew really enjoys tuning his Kiwi SDR at night from the bedroom with the iPad. So it is fun to play with, absolutely. Ryan Leesner, speaking of noise reduction, SDR Connect is getting much better with noise reduction. Yeah, the latest version is actually quite surprising. And as they tweak it more and more, they could really come to a point where it's going to be very good. ZY3WR, Radio Romania English, 9740, strong signal. And Blogger is getting all the other frequencies from Radio Exterior de España also. Perry in Sherbrooke, Quebec, nice to have you on board. Brian Leesner keeps his Air Connect set between 15 to 30 for noise level, and it doesn't suck. Needless to say, you do need a little something to work with. Giant 357. I have a bunker-like home and can't get antenna on rooftop. Can I use indoor antenna? It, like, you know, maybe a magnetic loop, possible, but there's no miracle, so it might work, it might not work. That's the problem of indoor listening, especially today with all the noise we have from everything around us. It's become more and more difficult to have anything working. Dave from Niagara, nice to have you here. Zermine Keller in the late 60s. As a teenager, I really enjoyed shortwave listening with my Hallicrafter's WR1000 receiver. Simon Templar, the first pirate I heard was WORK with the announcer Working Man, and on 7415. That was and you guys that have been listening for a while, you guys remember 7415 was what 6955 is today. It was like the main pirate frequency we would tune to back in the day. And the pirates were mostly hovering around there. 7415, 7425, 7435, around there. And no more. Today they're all in the, 90% of the pirates are all in the 6850 to 7000 kilohertz range. 6925 is one of the main. It's kind of the replacement of 7415, basically. But back in the day, 7415 was kind of king pirate frequency. And I guess it went a lot with stations starting really getting out of band a lot more, and I guess that made the pirates move away. And they found their new home in, the 6.9 meter band, megahertz band, sorry. Joseph first got into radio as part of the local FM pirate community radio in my town back in the mid-90s. Wow. Pretty cool. GMAC, nice to have you here, says mine was Wolfman Jack, broadcast out of Mexico. So, yeah. Robert says, just did a screenshot of you just when while using an Android app. Bluetooth speaker provides the app sound. Cool. Old radios. The Edison needs a new mandrel bearing. The original pot metal bearing is swollen and crumbling. I can get a replacement. Cool. You got to get these things working, fixed, and in working order. You'll have a little museum made up. Emil Jensen, nice to have you on board. And yes, tremendous noise these days. And this is what is definitely the hobby killer, the noise level that we have today. Brian Leisner, 15500, Radio Exterior Hispanic coming in strong. For you choose, are you still going to do that creepy old baby monitor chase? Yeah. I'm going to do more of those, especially with the nice weather now. It's easy to bring along and have long walks, see what's out there in that range. It's kind of interesting. I have yet to wonder if anyone is still using an old 49 megahertz cordless phone. I'd be curious to find just one still working. Old radio's got a Onkyo TXSR 626 receiver for $5. Yeah, these are expensive. Absolutely, these are expensive. So we're going to prepare ourselves in 13 minutes. We've got a CW spy number station from St. Petersburg, Russia coming up on 10431 kilohertz CW. So 10431 CW or 10430 upper sideband. And of course, if you're using the M-Lite, don't forget that the CW mode is not right. You have to tune down at least half a kilohertz before you start hearing the tone. Joseph, how much do you want to bet that if they tried to build the same train in the USA, it would be noisy as all heck, because in Canada people actually care about compliance? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea about the same constructions in the US and Canada. It's been a little rocky because it's been since it's been in service, it's been it had several failures, and for the billions of dollars that this thing is costing, a lot of people are unhappy because they say, well, there's way too much times that it's down, and there are things that you don't understand because it's like, oh, it's down because it's a snowstorm. Well, didn't you expect that there are snowstorms in Montreal and it should still run? Things like that. And they say they've tested it and all, but it's still, I'm still hoping that it eventually will run better. It's totally automated. There's no drivers, nothing. It's all computerized. And I took the first branch when it came on because I wanted to see it, and I found it real cool to ride. Now there's 2 new branches that will be working this summer. The one in De Montagne, and there's going to be another one also further west. So I plan on going and taking that train quite a few times to go to different places around Montreal, and even De Montagne is just outside of Montreal to the northwest. So I think it's going to be fun. But yeah, I don't know about that. If I know the rules here are very, very complex. We're like right here. I'm at the corner street where I live. There's a metro subway line, what we call the blue line, because we have our lines are color coded. So the one that's it ends where I live in the corner street, and it's the blue line, and they're now extending that blue line underground. And it's pretty amazing how they're doing it. And of course, the subway is a tunnel. It's underground. And they were asking why it costs so much money, why it's so much longer today to build. And one of the things that they were saying is that, well, when we built the metro or the subway back in the 60s, there weren't as many rules and compliance to take care of And now we need permits for all sorts of things that we didn't need back then. So it was much faster back then to do it than it is today because of that. And they were saying that the government doesn't help because a lot of the government permits take way too long to acquire. So it delays everything, and a delay means also that everything's more expensive. So, but hey, eventually we'll have our, I hope it's going to be there and work before I die. It's supposed to be somewhere in 2030, 31. Hopefully. I'd like to take that subway, and it'd be kind of fun. Old radios as Bluetooth and streaming, but even no place for tape output, being from 2013. Gamla Man, nice to have you on board. Harold from Norway, LB1NH. Welcome aboard. Always nice to have you here. Robert Osborne, does anyone speak Spanish? Who's playing soccer right now on 15520 Radio Exterior de España? Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Canada. Hope you are well. Timothy Gunter, nice to have you here from Fort Smith, Arkansas. And we have Brian that says, I took Spanish for 5 years and now I can only pick out words here and there. Yeah, you gotta keep at it all the time because you kind of forget. You kind of forget over time. David Ward, 15500, Radio Exterior España, very strong here in Central Texas. Craig Martinetti, sorry for being hate. I'm at a fundraiser. Got a free ticket. It's all you can eat spaghetti dinner. Hey, nothing can go wrong with that. Joseph says, do you know what happened? Why parrots moved frequency ranges? Yeah, I don't know exactly what the reasoning behind it, but I suspect that because there were more and more international broadcast stations that moved to the 41 meter band around that range. So they kind of started searching and looking for some quieter place where they don't get hammered by 250 kilowatt, international broadcasts. And they ended up going just below the amateur band at 6,900 kilohertz. That's my guess. David Ward, yeah, here we have gusts up to, I'd say, a good 35 to 40 miles per hour this afternoon here in Montreal. It is 74 degrees. No, 72 now. It moved to 72. Brian Leesner, I haven't looked at SDR++ for a while. One of my favorites. If the NRSPST isn't supported yet, I'll figure it out and do a pull request. Robert Osborne, KRJ Dakota, the upper 41 meter band became more populated and pushed pirates out. Yeah, that's what I figure. I should say downward to their now present day position. So, yeah, that's what I figured too. There was like too much happening there. Too much happening there. The Wind, nice to have you on board from New York, Seneca County, New York. Brian Leesner, the NRSP does not support USB to PC like an SDR Play network only. Does it not support? Yes, you sure it doesn't support USB to PC? I thought it did. I'm not sure it's network only. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Artist out of Crafter's Kitchen. Just got back from a long photo walk here in Massachusetts. Back to the shortwave noise. Jim Gordon, great to hear you mention Wolf and Jack. We could hear him via the Air Force Network in Europe in the evening. And of course, who can't forget him on the great movie American Graffiti? Yeah. Kidology conditions are terrible today, so I don't know if I'll be able to pick up Russian spy number stations. Well, I'll try. I always have to try, even when you think you don't. You know. Buddy Fafar, nice to have you on board. Blogger.io, M-Light folks brag about their continuous firmware updates. Perhaps they can fix. Yeah, well, I would guess they can fix that in a firmware update, and that would be great. That's always why I like to test the radios myself, because I often notice things that people don't notice because of my experience in tuning all sorts of signals in different ways. Joseph says New York City MTA is still the best subway I've ridden. BART and the Bay Area is hellish and insanely expensive in comparison. Joseph says, I think public transportation is the best way to go around when it works, which I never experienced on the West Coast. Kenneth says they could send the money to California's Supertrain. Just don't hold your breath on riding it. Here it was a little delayed, but we were roughly, it was maybe a year and a half late, but the delays weren't that bad. I have to admit, if they get it, to work decently, I have to admit, I find it cool, but it is dreadfully expensive, though. Once it's going to be finished, but it's really, really a great way of transportation. So M12, I'm going to go tuned. (10-421) CW. We're going to stand by. (10-421) CW. And 10-430 upper sideband. Oh, just heard the tone. We're going to hear it. Yeah, just heard the tone. That means it's going to be there. Scatology, strongest station for me today is 9930 WTWW. But it's Brothers Tear, yeah. Dustin Loaf, I'd expect those electric trains to be really noisy, at least when the train is closed due to the slipping contacts. I'll do more tests when I take it again this summer to go to my different DXpeditions. I'll test it out even more with the trains passing by and stuff. Blogger, I know one word in Spanish, goal. Joseph, I test local RF with a lot of things. The biggest noise producer across the bands is the air fryer. I think it's just crappy design because it generates so much local RF just plugged in only. I never noticed mine. Well, mine isn't plugged in all the time because I have a problem. I have a short. There's not enough electrical outlets in the kitchen, so I switch it between the microwave and the air fryer. So maybe that's why I never noticed the RF noise. Scatology, my great aunt used to be very fluent in French, and now she's forgotten almost all of it. You choose. If you learn the language, always keep it active. Oh yeah, you got to do it. Absolutely. I mean, look at me. I'm my native language is French, and I was telling my brother that because I do so much English now, that I noticed that my French isn't as good as it used to be. I am losing part of my French at the expense of always doing something in English. Here we go, guys. So we have our first Russian CW Morse code spy number station, and it is coming in decent, not as strong as last week, and we hear the auroral flutter actually in it, so there's definitely a little bit of auroral activity happening. Hey, we're at 185 viewers right now. That's not a bad number. Hello there to everybody. Skidology, she's okay, your aunt, she's from Northern Ontario, which is the Northern Ontario area is bilingual and people speak both English and French. Yeah, there's these pockets of English, French mixed up, just like New Brunswick. Robert Cross is back. Welcome back. Andy, nice to have you here. Says 9740 Romania English is clear. Jawad, nice to have you here. Ask your question. Robert Cross, thanks for the donation. Much appreciated. Just know there's a weak carrier on 10429.57. Well, it shouldn't be just a carrier. It should be Morse code. Brian Leisner says, pretty sure about USB. I wanted to hook my NRSP. Okay, it's only for flashing the hardware. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's possible. I thought I think I kind of jumped to the conclusion that it might be also used to plug directly, but it's possible it's just for the firmware updates. Jim Gordon, I remember with affection Radio France International. They had a great multinational team of announcers who were lightheaded and did much to dispel some of the ignorance about France. So Joette says, I have a Sharp G780 Sharp radio. It has shortwave 1 and 2. Now, time 11:58, Beirut. I went out on the balcony and started searching for signals on shortwave 1, shortwave 2, but all I hear is static. Huh. It might be because you have something that creates a lot of noise where you are. So it's washing out everything that could be heard. Unless it's got a problem or it's not sensitive enough. I'm just going to check out what a Sharp G780 is. I'm curious to see that. Sharp G780 radio. Okay. Radio Museum. Oh, wow, look at that. Yeah. That's kind of nice. A little vintage radio here. Shortwave bands. Yeah. I would guess maybe what is happening is you just have too much noise around you. Because it should be able, a radio of that age, at that time, it should be able to pick up something. The only thing I could think of is that maybe it's defective or something. What antenna are you using it with? Like telescopic, that's with the radio? Because you should be hearing some signals for sure. There's on Croucher's Kitchen, Miss Wolf and Jack. Pretty sure the last couple of years of his show that they used is voice recorded, as he was too ill to broadcast live. Joseph, nothing on 10-430 upper sideband, California coast. No surprise, but gotta try. Yeah, you never know. You gotta try. Joseph says, I think it's the Wi-Fi in my air fryer. No joke, you have to control it via an app. Mine doesn't have Wi-Fi, so maybe that's why it's different. These devices today that you connect. You have to connect everything today. ZY3WR 10430 USB weak. Timothy Gunter is 11760. Radio Vancouver English. I'm going to go check that out in a few minutes. Scatology 10 431 CW is there, but barely audible. Brian Leisner 10 431. Yes, decent. Not like last week though. From Light People, he's on 10 431.5. Yep. At 8,000 feet for 10 430 upper sideband nada. AM Volt V4 stock firmware with some wire clipped on the antenna. You should try something. I'm just curious because we've noticed that the M light is off on CW. But you're in USB, yeah. Okay. So nothing where you are. Paul is getting 10 431 S9 Northern Vermont. Tustin Love 10 431 on the Memphis QSDR, but it's extremely weak. Sings SWL signals, hearing M12 in Florida using the SDR player SP1A and MLA30 Plus. Blogged Eye getting 2 CW signals on 10 430. Oh, because you're getting, we noticed that last week. Actually, you're getting a CW, but if you go down to 10 428 39, you'll hear there's a radio teletype signal also. So you're probably hearing the part of the radio teletype and the CW signal at the same time. David Ward, yeah. Jawad, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Brian Leesner running downstairs. Don't break a leg. Robert Cross, yeah. The next Zoom is going to be next week. There should be one next week. On Sunday, the 26th at 20 hours Universal Time. Martin 10 431 is there, but pretty weak. I had to hunt a bit given I have the PL680 plugged in, which isn't all that precise. Jawad, I have a Sharp G. So yeah, that's what I was saying. It's Jawad, maybe you have too much noise around you. What is the antenna you're using? Jawad. Jim Gordon, Jill, what does Paul think of AI-powered CAD videos being blamed for the shortage of and rising cost of RAM? What's his take on this? Here's his chance to do an Emil Zola, I accuse. Yeah, I don't think Paul approves of AI cats, first of all. I think Paul would like to have more like real-time, good old cats, not AI cats. Oh, you haven't missed much, Robert Cross. There has not been any Zooms in a while now. So we're gonna fix that next week. We'll have one on Sunday. Mike B says, did everyone give a thumbs up? Doesn't know if air fryer Wi-Fi. Tastes amazing. Nothing like air fryer Wi-Fi. Jasmine, nice to have you on board from partly sunny Seattle. Here it's 71 Fahrenheit right now. So it's pretty cool. Robert says, grab the speaker and ran to the store to get a beer. Dr. Demento show and a mystery theater on the transistor radio. Way past my bedtime. Early 70s. I need a toaster with Wi-Fi. GMAC 11760. Left China National in English. Jasmine, just woke up. I was at a rave party that went until 8 a.m. Youch. So let's try. I'm going to go and see what I hear on 11760. Yeah, it's not super strong, but Radio Havana, Cuba. Radio Havana, Cuba in English on 11760 right now. It's just not very strong, though. But if you guys want to hear Radio Havana, Cuba in English, it's on 11760 right now. So, all right, Dakota, some Samsung electric stoves and washers use an app that they call Smart Things, which I never use anyway. Yeah. That's why they implement the Smart Things app on every Samsung phone. So maybe I would say to Jawad that there's two options: either that maybe there's a defect and it doesn't work well because it's an old radio, or what could be more plausible if it's in good shape is around you in your apartment or in your home, or the neighbors might have too much devices that make too much noise. So you're hearing static, but you're not hearing the stations because it's washed out in the noise. That is one of the biggest problems today. Black Eye, English guy on RHC sounds a bit like Glenn Hauser. Yeah, he's got that kind of same deep voice. Joseph, Paul the Cat, keep it real as always. Yep. Like I thought the PL680 had a calibration feature. No, it does not. This is the fake news of the PL680. A lot of people, and I don't know how many people, told me, well, you should calibrate your 680. You can. No, it doesn't. It never did. Somebody somewhere started saying that there was one, and there's none. And it does not calibrate. You cannot calibrate a 680. And there are no, if you search for a video of somebody calibrating, nobody has one. And if you fall on some of the instructions on how to calibrate, they're going to make you do things and the radio is not going to do anything. No, the PL680 does not calibrate. I don't know where it started, that rumor started, but nope. Robert Cross, I try and make, I'm signing for 10K race. I'm training for months. So, wow, you're going to be tired after that race. Old radios, I can only do AI images locally on this MacBook, but 16 gigabyte RAM won't make videos. No, Jasmine, there are a lot of cat AI videos, but none of Paul. Well, some that look like Paul, but none of Paul. I have to send you my some of my pictures. You'll be the first one. You'll be the first one to do AI Paul cat videos. Paul has Cat 5, not Wi-Fi. Yep. Those that are members of the Canadian International DX Club, remember that tomorrow there's the Zoom, monthly Zoom meeting. Robert, vintage Japanese portable AM/FM cassette player has better reception than ones with digital things inside. Most of the boom boxes from the 80s that I tried their shortwave were in general decent. They weren't amazing, but they were decent in receiving shortwave. And, you know, let's face it, radios didn't need to be that great back then because there were so many stations, so many strong stations. That just didn't need to be, fantastic to receive something. So, next number station, frequency, 11075 in 5 minutes. So let's go down, 11075. in 5 minutes time. Coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. So I'll put it in the chat here. 11075 CW. 11074 upper sideband. Don't forget that if you like what I do, there's the super chat here where quite a few of you have been giving donations, which is great. And there's the pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal that you can also give a little something. Your donations have helped tremendously in the last year in making me continue doing these live shows. You guys have been really, really helpful. And I want to thank you so much for your donations. It truly makes a difference. And I want to thank everybody. So consider giving a little something, whatever amount helps. And it makes this a great experience. I know a lot of you like and love being here every Saturday. And, you know, we do live shows. I'm here 3 hours, sometimes 4 hours, 5 hours. We tune the bands, we have fun, and we just, you know, it's just a great big radio party, basically. So thanks everybody for your support, which is greatly appreciated. Skidology, I noticed 15770 WRMI doesn't really become clear in my apartment until around 6-7 p.m. Same with Radio Nacional España. So yeah, it could be you know, depending on the propagation conditions. Like I said, during the day, don't forget there's absorption and the delayer, especially in the summer. As we're going into the summer, daytime will not be when you listen to shortwave. It will be better late afternoon, nighttime, evening, night, and early morning. Thank you, Joseph, for the donation. Much appreciated. What do we have? Timothy Gunter, it's not coming in as strong here also. Tosanov, 11760, very strong in Alabama. You're closer to Cuba than me. David Ward, 11760, strong but noisy. Mike B, 11760 in Southwest Colorado. VT Radio. I guess it's 11760. That's 9 plus 20 in Vermont. Robert, the WoW signal decoded. Maybe. Guy had a talent in using signal. Yep, hearing and tone. So I'm gonna hear the station again. Old radios found an early Sony Cybershop digital camera from 2000. No problem, Jawad. If you're working it on batteries, try to get out and go somewhere. It looks like a big boombox to move around, but if you could go further away where there's less noise, maybe you'll get signals. Or go around, you know, and see if you can find a spot that seems better. Maybe within your home. Skidology, I like the English guy on our Radio Havana Cuba's neutral accent. He's the guy that was on Radio Havana Cuba there. I think he's from Canada. Yeah, I think it's even from here in Montreal. He's been with Radio Havana Cuba for ages. Yeah, Jasmine, I need to send you those pictures, and can't wait to see the AI Paul in action. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board from South Texas. Here we go. I will be taking a couple of minutes, guys. I will go and check out for my caregiving duties. It's going to take a couple of minutes. I will leave you with the soothing sounds of a spy number station coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'll also have time to get myself beer number 2, as I'm drinking maybe a little fast today. I'll try to be a little more relaxed on the beer side, as not to get drugged live. And we are back. Okay. So we are listening to a spy number station coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. And it is M12. And sending out some kind of coded spy number message, basically. And let's continue with that. Check out the emails. Make sure everything is all right. Thank you, Art Dodd, for the donation. Much appreciated through PayPal. Nobody through the email saying hello. So we're going to continue tuning around and checking out. There'll be another shot at M12 in a different frequency in 12 minutes. Radical Squadron saying that got a downlink signal from Voyager 2, the ultimate DX. Brian Leesner, I'm back, and the RN RSPST does have the USB-B connector in the back, but it's currently unimplemented. Now, does unimplemented mean it's physically disconnected? I don't know. Joseph, do you think with Calibrate, the Texan PL680, they're talking about the sync function actually? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Because one of the problems that the 680 had for a while, some of them were coming out of the manufacturer and were off by a kilohertz and a half. Mine is like that. Mine is one of the first to ever come out of the manufacturer, and it was off by a kilohertz and a half. It's noticeable when you tune in AM with the wide filter. When you tune with the narrow filter, it seems to be better. So it's some kind of weird glitch. It never really bothered me much, but that's where I started looking at, well, can it be calibrated? Because my review video of the 680 says that it's off frequency. And everybody was like, oh, you can calibrate. No, you can't. You can't. But maybe that's, I don't know, Joseph, maybe that's the thing. So. Steelic donation links. Well, you can click the super chat here, or you can simply go through PayPal and send to this email for the donations, or even official Shortwave Radio. They're linked to the same PayPal. Kenneth says, I found from my shipmates' boomboxes that the shortwave reception was acceptable if you were willing to constantly adjust the tune knob drift too much. Yeah, these were analog. They weren't PLL driven, so, and they were all drifting, definitely. My friend that we went to La Concepcion in the north so many times, he had a Toshiba boombox, and when he would not be there, or when he would do other stuff, and I was alone at the shack, I would tune that Toshiba boombox across the shortwave bands and listen to. I remember listening to HCJB's DX party line and having to readjust. Stick USA, chat here hasn't worked for me for years. Created a new channel, so it should work now. So welcome aboard. Robert, Tosino, I've heard a couple of pips on 11074. Yeah, just before this started. Skidology, there's a guy on CRI that has a neutral accent too, so it might be he might be from North America. It's totally possible. I think when there was a transition from Radio Beijing to China Radio International, to help people understand better, they transitioned the Chinese people that were on the radio, and they switched them with people that are either Chinese but have a great English pronunciation, or are US guys. I don't know. It's like, I don't know what happened there. So David Ward, 11074, good signal. Robert, clean power going to it. Kenneth, don't forget, yeah, the late meow cat. Steelic, so I posted a link for PayPal. You can also click the super chat here. Tostanov, 11074, pretty strong and readable. Mike B, keep drinking fast. We may get some Moscow Nights. Pizza will be after the show, Steelic. I order it after the show usually. But here, I'm going to show you guys. I can show you guys the last week's pizza. This is what it looks like when I order pizza. So I got this last week. If I look at and here we go. So my pizza last week was, here's what it looks like. Ooh. Nice big juicy pepperoni pizza. That's the pizza. Every time I order pizza from their donations, that is what the pizza looks like. It's just really delicious. And so like that, you keep me all plump, fat. Make sure that I don't miss a show. At 8,000, 14023 USB in Vancouver, BC, faint. So that should be Morse code from amateur radio. David Ward, noise on 11760 is clearing and Radio Vanucuba is booming. All right, have a great dinner, Paul. RJ Dakota, I have a couple of different boom boxes with shortwave bands on them. One was a 5-band Toshiba and the other was 4-band Sharp model. I used them a lot for stations like WRNO and Superpower KUSW. The boom boxes were great because they had pretty good audio usually. So when you were tuning a station like WRNO, when they were the rock of the world, they were actually great to listen to the music on shortwave. Amien's Allen version or something. Who the heck is Morse coding that fast? It's actually like DH1AO. It's not that fast. I've heard and seen people decode Morse code faster than that, and you'd be surprised. Also know those boomboxes usually have much better speakers than your average shortwave radio. Yeah, that's the thing. So for WRNO Rock of the World, that was perfect to listen to their music. David Ward's got CHU Ottawa on 14670, very strong. Mike B, 11074, USB faint. Robert, So donation. I just posted the links. Stilik. Email Jensen. I was proving to Polish rhythms on the long wave last night. So grooving to Polish rhythms. Craig Martinetti. How strong of a signal is radio event in Cuba? Is it as strong as it was in the 80s? I do not believe they are using the same amount of power they used to, and I will actually say that of a lot of shortwave stations. I believe to save money, a lot of shortwave stations are using less power than advertised. I have a hard time thinking that most of them are still using, 250 kilowatts or 500 kilowatts. Oh, heard some tones. 12 megahertz is going to be good. 12138. I'm going to post the frequencies. Coming up in 2 minutes. 12138 CW or 12137 USB. So, what else do we have? Yeah, that's what a lot of people assume too. The 660, I know, had the possibility to calibrate in the later versions. The 680 never got that option. It never did get that option. And I think maybe that's why a lot of people assume that since the 660 does it, the 680 must do it also. But it doesn't. Tosin if I remember, the drifting would eventually stop after a good warm-up, as long as the room temperature didn't change much. Yeah, but it depended on the quality of the receiver, because some were just drifting all the time. Some were drifting less as you gave it, 15 to 30 minutes warm-up. Mario Vasquez, nice to have you here. Bobby Burgess, where's my F-15 jet? I'm coming over next time. Bert, that pizza looks great. No Little Caesars, is it? Nope. It's a local pizzeria here that we call Miami Deli. And it has palm trees on their sign. And that deli has been there for ages. It's a well-known spot. It used to be 30 some years ago a donut shop, and there were truckers there all the time. And then it changed to this place called Miami Deli, and it's a great spot. One of the rare restaurants that are still 24 hours operation. And I remember when I would go out with friends and drink, I don't know how many times we'd end up at Miami Deli to eat something at 3 or 4 in the morning. And what I also liked there is that you could have breakfast anytime. So if you woke up at 2 in the afternoon and you wanted to have 2 eggs, no problem. You'd go there and you'd have breakfast. Nothing like the local pizzeria, not those big, chains of restaurant that aren't great usually. Robert says ... dash is all I know. Cartwood, nice to have you here from Kelowna, BC. Stuck USA, I just got a more Sereno up to CW skills, but I won't get that fast. It's a question of, doing it regularly. As it's like language. As you do it all the time, you eventually get faster and faster at it. I'm sorry, guys. Toastin Love says 14670, weak but readable. JJ Endo, even though radios with shortwave seem to be around, I never really heard of people listening growing up. You know, that is probably for most of us. You know, we talk about, well, I know no one that does that today. But honestly, I knew of no one that did that in my day. It was something kind of a little bit of a niche little thing. Either you did it because you wanted to have people that knew about shortwave were all the people that wanted to have the real world news, know what's happening around the world. They knew about shortwave because they could listen to all of the different transmissions from different countries. They were, you know, either in the news business also, or journalists, stuff like that. You had the enthusiasts that, you know, listened to shortwave. But out of all of that, take all of those people out. I converted a friend to shortwave because he thought it was so cool. But apart from that, when I did my presentation in high school, no one had an idea. Even the teacher had no idea that you could listen to the world with a radio. So it's always been a little bit out of, you know, the mainstream. It's always been kind of that thing that no one knows about, but it's there and some people do it. So, you know, when I hear somebody today say, well, nobody knows shortwave today, well, nobody knew shortwave back 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. We were it's like we were in an exclusive club. We know. But most people had no idea. No idea. Big Bad John says, did you say pirates usually hang out between 6 and 7? No, closer to 7. It's like 6 from about, to put it like broadly, 6800 to 7000, and that 200 kilohertz of spectrum. Most 90% of pirates are there. For North America. And Europe, it's lower. In Europe, it's between 6200 and 6400. That's their range in Europe for the most part, but they're also everywhere. But it's not a written rule. It's not in, you know, written in rock. There are pirates that are totally out there, you know, in different frequencies. But 90% of what you'll hear in pirates, you know, around the 6900 megahertz, 6900 kilohertz range. It's tuned around there. Thank you at 8,000 feet for the Paul Pizza and Pirates. Thank you so much. Robert. Just go back. CB radio analog, of course, for short range between multiple positions can reach many fars. You know, you'd be surprised if you have single sideband on your radio, Robert. Even a stock CB radio can, with a good antenna, when propagation is good, just go thousands of miles. Tosanov, 12138 weak but readable. Jim's radio check, I googled it and it says the newer PL680 can calibrate, but not the old ones. The new one doesn't. Jim's radio check. Don't believe that. None of them can. I've seen too many people that have one and it does not at all. They probably think that because of the 660 that can. But I tell you, none of them can. None. Anyone that will try the calibration procedure will see that doesn't do anything. David Ward, Texas, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Helps this continue. It's really, really cool, guys. Thanks for supporting what I do. It really, really helps. Mike B, 12137 upper sideband in Southwest Colorado. Dave, I can pick out the da-da-dee-da-da when I'm lost. Brian Leesner, 12138, good here. Joseph, yeah, I learned Arabic writing and Hindi Devanagari script over years. I imagine Morse code is like that. More like learning a new script. Much easier to learn than an entire language, really. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here. Radio 6 International is an English language station with a Scottish connection. Using the 500 to 1000 kilowatt from Radio Monte Carlo, 1467 from 23 to 00 on Saturdays. So it'd be good to check out through a European Kiwi SDR. WFSI Homebrew, I agree, Joe. Nobody I knew really did shortwave except within the geek ham circles. Most people in the 80s, 90s didn't have a clue what shortwave radio was all about. Yep. There was just nobody knew what that was. Nobody did it. You know, I think we have to have some kind of, our minds are wired in a way that we kind of love that. Because honestly, you know, we talk about the glory days of shortwave, and yet, even in the glory days of shortwave, I have the impression nobody knew about shortwave anyways. And I don't know what, you know, it was a little geek thing. I don't know. Yeah, Robert, it's kind of enigma. You gotta have the one-time pad to the code. Bert says, I'd have to ask some old timers to see if shortwave was ever broadly popular, like maybe in the 40s or 50s. Not sure on that, but I guess it never was that super popular. It was popular enough. One thing for sure, it was popular enough because, I mean, for, like we were talking about boomboxes, 70s and 80s boomboxes came with shortwave on them. To do that, manufacturers somehow knew that there was enough people out there to add that capability because some would use it. So it gives us an idea that it probably was popular enough. And a lot of old tube radios did come out with shortwave on them. So that also tells us that there was enough popularity for that to exist. But it was not a mainstream thing that everybody would do. I can bet you that a lot of people that had that SW1, SW2, SW3 on the radio never understood what the hell that was all about. You know, I look at this Westinghouse International 1949, 1950-ish. I mean, it has shortwave bands on it. But it's a high-end radio technically compared to most tube radios of the day. So, you know, I think there was enough people that knew about it that it was important to put on many radios, but it was never mainstream. You would not go out on the street and say, oh, you listen to shortwave? They would all look at you like they would today. You know, if I go downtown Montreal, you know, do a little survey, you know, like a TikTok, like we see on TikTok, you know, maybe I should do that. Go downtown Montreal and say, hi, do you know, you're on YouTube. Do you know what shortwave radio is all about? You know, and see in a quick survey of a few hundred people, how many know it exists, you know? there's a curiosity when I go to Perry Island. There's also a park down here. I just take the bus and go all the way to the end of the Saint Michel Street here, and there's a Parc de la Visitation Park. It's just a nice place too to go. It's very quiet radio wise, and I set up so many times over the years with radios, and you get that odd one person that sometimes that will come up to you and say, they'll see your radios, they'll see that I put a wire in the trees, and they'll ask me, what are you doing? What's that? But it doesn't happen that often. I mean, at Perry Island last summer, I went there 3-4 times, which was more than in the last 5 years. And I had two people come up and say, what are you doing? One guy came up to me and said, I'm just curious what you're doing. And the other ones there were 2 girl cops on bikes that they were going through the park. And one of the girls turned around and looked at me and said, I'm just curious, what are you doing? And I told her what it was all about. And she found that kind of interesting. She even took note of my YouTube channel here. She was curious to see what it's all about. These were the only 2 people. And but over time, I did have older people that would come through and was like, look at me and say, oh, shortwave? And the answer was always the same. The answer was, oh yeah, I know shortwave. I did that when I was a kid, or I did that when I was young. But for them, they're surprised that that's still a thing today. For them, it's like, oh, you still have radio stations to listen to on shortwave and so on. Yeah, a lot less than back in the day when you were listening, but yeah, there's still some stuff out there. But yeah, it's you got to find the right. The only time somebody actually told me about radio when I was at Visitation Park is actually somebody that watches the live streams and the videos that I do. And he was going on the bike path, and then he looked around and he saw me, and he turned around and said, oh, you're that guy from that shortwave radio channel. And I said, yeah. He says, oh, I watch your live shows and I watch your videos all the time. And he came to say hi, and he looked at my radios, and it was kind of cool, And that's where it was like, wow, somebody actually knows who I am out of nobody, of nowhere. It's like, okay, kind of cool. Tosanov, in my last job a few years ago, a workmate had a shortwave habit. It was kind of a shock since I'd never met anybody who did since I was a kid. The only person that talked about radio is, you guys remember there was a guy that had his nickname was Fastload here in the chat. Maybe some of you remember. We would see each other at the karaoke bar all the time, and we didn't really talk much. And it's when we talked a little more and I started talking about shortwave that he just, like, his eyes lit up. He was like, oh, wow, you do that? I did that a long time ago. I still have radios and everything. And he actually had started again since he found out that I was doing that. It's just a question of talking a little more. I have to say I'm not much of when I meet people in real life, I don't talk about shortwave. And the reason I don't talk about shortwave is mostly because I notice the yawning and the okay, this is boring. This is boring and going, like a boring conversation. So I never really talk about what I do with radio. People sometimes ask me, what's your YouTube channels all about? And I'll say, well, I got a tech channel that I talk about tech stuff, and I got a shortwave channel that I talk about radio and amateur radio. And they're like, okay. They don't ask more questions, you don't go out and be popular one night, starting to talk about shortwave at an event with friends. That's for sure. Us, we would all have fun together, yes, but regular people, nah, don't care. Bob Rao, shortwave was for hobbyists or for people who love radios. Some shortwave radios were built it yourself. So yeah, there's a lot of that, but there was a lot of the people in the shortwave side of things were also people that found it important to keep up to date with world events. It would be the thing for a lot of people. So that would be one of the reasons they could be on shortwave a long time ago when a lot of stations were on the air. So we have Brazil coming up really well on 11780. I was looking for Turkey, which does not come on right now on 11785, which the frequency they should be on. So I guess they're not on right now, 11785. But Brazil with some music on 11780 is coming in strong. Dostanov got a thunderstorm sneaking up on me. Robert Radio Shack, love all the parts and pieces you needed. A lot of us, there's a curiosity thing. There's a curiosity thing about it. And I always say shortwave is like, you're interested or you're not. It's something you like, something you don't. And there's no middle, You're you have either people telling you, oh, you're listening to that static again, or you got people that are just fascinated with it. And one of the things I think, if we were in that category of fascinated people, one thing for sure is that we also were people going at Radio Shack. If there was a store, if there was a chain of stores that pushed us into the hobby, Radio Shack was the store. I did get, my dad did purchase multi-band radios from consumer distributing chain here in Canada. But it wasn't until I actually started going on the Radio Shack and saw a shortwave radio, the DX100, that I realized I wanted to have one of those radios. And the great thing about Radio Shack was that when my dad purchased a multi-band radio, there was little to no manual to explain anything. It was almost like learn by yourself. But the Radio Shack radios had a simple manual, but it was direct. It was telling you, here's what you can hear. Here's how the radio works. Here's what you can hear. Here are the bands, the frequencies. You'll hear that type of transmissions. And, of course, an outdated list of shortwave broadcasts that maybe only 50% were on that frequency, if not less. But it gave you an idea. It's like, oh, I can listen to the world on this thing. It told you what you could do and what you could listen to. So, honestly, Radio Shack was one of the major players in having a lot of us get into shortwave radio hobby, you know. Gary24 fan says, when I was a kid listening to Dad's Autocrafters and DXing AM at night, I thought I was some kind of weirdo and the only person who did that. Well, I say it all the time. When I did that, one of my best friends thought it was cool and actually had his dad buy him a radio too. And we did shortwave together for maybe 2-3 years. We would even go together, buy stamps and send reception reports and all sorts of things. And but apart from that, I had knew of no one that did anything. And at some point, what I learned is that I was not alone, and that was because I listened to mailbag shows. And the one that particularly was one that I never missed was WYFR Family Radio on Sundays. They had a good 15-20 minutes of reading letters from everybody, not half an hour. And you know what? That was fascinating to me. I was like, oh, I'm not alone. There are people around the world that do what I do. And I thought it was just so cool. Steve Brennan says, "Our people think shortwave radio is amateur radio and needs a license." Or, yeah, there's a lot of knowledge problems, definitely. Craig Martinetti, I was told it was popular in the 60s, 70s, and 80s the most. And yeah, definitely those were the glory days of shortwave. But even then, if you would do it, you didn't know a lot of people or didn't know anyone at all that did it also. The H1AO for lots of us kids back then, the faraway city names on the scale was intriguing. Yeah. I mean, this radio is an example. You see, you know, BBC and you see Netherlands, or actually it says Hilversum, London, you know, and you're like, all of these city names that are like from other countries. Dave got into shortwave back in the mid-80s at SSB-CB with extra channels and started working Europe, Africa, and Australia with around 25 watts when I got the ICOM R70 for the rest of the HF spectrum. Robert says, heard some good things about Midland emergency radio. Don't need a flashlight or LED though, or better to modify an old Japanese radio antenna. Jim Gordon, what's the beer? Beer is same one as usual, a Labatt Blue Dry that I have, which is actually strong tonight because I didn't have the one I usually take. It's 8.1%, so maybe that's why I'm getting a little more drunk than I usually do. It's a little strong. Craig Martinetti says, just find my place back where I was. You should do a survey and find out what shortwave radio station is the most popular of all time. Oh, of all time, that would be interesting. Of all the radio listening of everybody, what is the station that you find the best? Your favorite station, and yeah, that could be an interesting survey to. Actually, I could do it on a Facebook survey, and you know what? Maybe that's time to try it. I know YouTube has a new survey mode. I could do a video and put it in survey mode and ask everybody that watches the video, what's your favorite shortwave station of all time, and see which are like, what's the top 10 of all shortwave stations ever. And I wouldn't be surprised that I probably can name quite a few of them. Radio Netherlands for sure is in there. The BBC is in there. HCJB is in there. That definitely is the case. Bob Rao's dad, who introduced me to shortwave, told me that the best AM tuners, 530 to 1600, had shortwave. He was fascinated with AM to pick up nightly radio shows from big cities when DJs were celebrities. You know what? I got hypnotized last night. If you guys have seen the video, used the uh, I've used the AN200 antenna, loop antenna. I still have a wire attached to it because I'm going to do more with the M-Lite 880. I also used it with the because I had not used it in a while. I wanted to turn it on. I used it also with the LC90 from Shoyung, and it works great with this radio also. And I so you know there's a lot of crap on the AM radio and the US bands. I think there's way too much politics everywhere on the band. But you move on. And that's what I do, is I just move on. I'm tired of hearing someone's name. And I'm tired of politics. But I started tuning slowly each frequency and turning the antenna and so on. Got a couple of stations. Like one was I don't know which station it was. I didn't listen long enough to ID it. But there was one, and it was in the 700 kilohertz range, which was oldies music. And I mean, the music was kind of good, and it was not strong, but it was kind of fun to listen to. I stayed there for a little while, hoping for an ID, but I didn't stay long enough. And there was another one which was kind of cool. It had old-time radio shows on it, and I found it to be pretty cool also. So, you got to tune around and find the little gems of AM stations that are outside the box of the mainstream crap that the AM band has. And you find some interesting, cool stuff in there when you start tuning slowly, 10 kilohertz at a time, and just hang in there and tune, and turn the antenna to make the best of the signal that you're getting. I actually had a lot of fun with that last night, especially being outside on the balcony, as it was a beautiful evening. Big Bang John, I'm a ham general. Guys at work always make fun of me for my radio addiction. People don't understand, it's we can make fun of anybody that has any type of addiction of any type of thing. It's hey, you like that? That's your thing, But actually, that was an interesting conversation with my brother. I went over to fix his computer a couple of weeks back, and we talked about stuff, and we were talking about what we like. I mean, he started talking about his wife, that we're paying hundreds of dollars for all of these creams and stuff to put to be beautiful and everything. And he was saying, yeah, it costs hundreds of bucks a month for all of these things for her, but at the same time, he's the guy, he loves wine, and he has some knowledge on the wine. And so he's like, well, she's getting a few $100 of makeup stuff. She accepts that I have a few $100 of wine every month. And I'm like, yeah. And, it's like, we started talking, and I said, well, it's fine as long as it doesn't matter. It's like everybody has a little something to go through. For my case, it's radios. We all, anybody could laugh at anybody's addiction or anybody's hobbies or things, and it's like, no, it's like, what, do your stuff and I'll do mine. And sometimes when you look what people spend money on, and you're like, yeah, you better not, don't talk about my radio addiction. It's I think it's maybe better than your addiction to whatever you have been doing. And it's like, it's a question of everybody just respect everyone. That's all. when people tell me, like, why do you have these many radios? It's like, part of me wants to just answer, it's none of your business. It's my hobby. It's my fun. You spend money on something, leave me alone with mine. Bert recently spoke with a U.S. Forest Service ranger about doing summits on the air, and he was familiar with ham radio and that activity. I have met hikers who also were familiar with ham radio. So it still has, it's ham radio, more than shortwave. When you say shortwave radio, they're like, ham radio, when they don't mix it up with CB radio, I think has maybe a slightly better, people have slightly more knowledge about ham radio than they do with shortwave. Robert says, don't pollute the airwaves, it'll be fine. At 8000 says, just loaded the new firmware of his AM Volt V4, different menu now, and the code on the fly option for RTTY and Morse. That's pretty cool. RTTY, just go to the ham bands, like 14, go to 14080 to 14100 there. You might find some RTTY in there. For sure. Joseph says, let's get started. 13720 Radio Marti strong on the West Coast. 15,000 coming in quite strong. Not sure if it's Hawaii or Colorado, though. Yeah, you have to listen for that woman voice for Hawaii. Hi, J Dakota. I got into the shortwave hobby because I listened to a lot of medium wave radio back in the day. As I looked at it, just expanded to an international level. Yeah. Bring back John. I like keeping up with stuff on shortwave, but I also love to listen to 7200. Pretty funny stuff usually. Tosamloff 11780, pretty strong. Robert, emergency radio. If you wake up in the dark ages, where were you when the lights went out? Yeah. Here we don't have emergency alert radios for weather anymore because the Canadian government is just too dumb stupid. And they officially, all the Canadian weather stations, which are the equivalent of the NOAA weather radio alert stations, are now off the air. I still can't believe that one. Just can't believe that one. 17675, 1959 UTC with my Texan PL 680 coast side. Well, you could use your PL 330 on its telescopic. That is not going to be a problem in the thunderstorms. Timothy Gunter, I went from AM as a small child and then to FM until my uncle, who was a ham operator, introduced me to shortwave. Joseph says, I would have lived at Radio Shack if I could have just put a bed in the back. Oh, God. Bob Rouse, Eat Kid was another one. Yeah, I remember I told you my sister that died of cancer in 2011 was a ham operator. And sorry, guys, I have a little munch. A couple of peanuts. So, my my sister had a couple of Eat Kit catalogs. And I remember when I would go there, I was about 12, 13. She would give me the catalogs and I would just drool over all the stuff in there. But, you're 12, 13. You have no money. You just drool over stuff you can't buy. JJ Ando, we still have a Radio Shack, but I think someone is just using the name to sell mostly phone crap. I still have to check. Here, the last of what is my fond memories as a teenager. We have a mall that is not far from here, and I always lived in the area. And that mall was where I would go as a kid when I had some money, when my uncle, my birthday, Christmas, uncles give you money and stuff. And I miss the mall from that old days, because the mall at that time had these stores like Woolworth, Woolco, and whatever that had so much different stuff. We even had a hardware store called Pascal here in Montreal, which was half. You can go get your 2x4s and your nails and your power tools. You could also go and get the latest hits on, vinyl records. That was pretty much what happened. My dad would go to the hardware store for the power tools. I'd go to the section where I get my 45 RPMs and buy the latest hit from whatever artists. There were other stores that had all sorts. They would sell everything. It's like you could have everything. I remember there was a discount store where there were like records. I remember my first record that I ever purchased was there. Meet the Beatles. I still remember paying 99 cents for Meet the Beatles in, 1979. Being so happy and listening to that like over and over and over and over. But there was a Radio Shack. A real, the good old Radio Shack stores. And the good old Radio Shack stores that had all the stuff that was so amazing. And that, and of course, first thing you do is, the monthly battery club thing. You want to have your battery. And I would go there when I had money. Where did I go? I would go directly to Radio Shack. It's like, well, okay, what am I going to buy with my money today? And I remember the first time I purchased one of those kits. It was something like a 50-in-1 solar experiment kit. And I brought that home. And it was I think it was the first day of summer vacation. You're already happy because you're in summer vacation from school. And I got that home. I think that thing I was hooked on for weeks, doing all the experiments. And I remember one of them that was particularly cool for me was I would do the AM radio kit. That was a solar AM radio. So I would take the kit, make the radio, and I would put the kit with the solar panels in direct sunlight. And I had made a modification on it because there was like a little power an audio transformer for amplifying the audio. And there was a speaker. So what I did is instead of listening through the earpiece, I would put it through that transformer into the speaker. And it was strong enough to power the speaker. And I could listen to AM stations from Montreal on it. And I was outside sitting down looking at that little circuit that has been done, tuning AM stations with a solar-powered radio that's a kit, and being just amazed and having hours of fun with that. And so what happened is that, of course, Radio Shack, when we arrived in the 90s, became, at one point in the late 90s, it changed to The Source by Circuit City. Then it became The Source only because Circuit City bankrupt. And it kept some of the feel of a Radio Shack, but slowly it was, becoming more mainstream. It stayed The Source, but last time I got there, it was like there was nothing except TVs. And they were bugging you for you want a new cell phone, or you want a new cell, contract or whatever. It's like, this is boring. They had no more gadgets, no more anything. They had one place at the end of, like in the back, which had the original, like the leftover Radio Shack parts, like Archer and all of that. And it was all on the wall. And I was like, wow, these are all the old parts that are stuck with that nobody buys today. And so that is the end of the era, because a couple of weeks ago I went to see what's still on there at that mall. And it's like a ghost mall. And the Source store is now closed. And I was like, well, that's kind of the end of, it's the end of the road. It's the end of my childhood memories of going there and buying tons of stuff at Radio Shack. I found it kind of sad in a way. It was like, oh, it's the end of my childhood. No more. There's nothing anymore that now resembles whatever it was back in the day. I can tell you. Rick Myers, KO4OSA, nice to have you here. Propagation is changing. Just worked Auckland, New Zealand on 10 meters FT8 from Florida. Joseph says, I had an old Whistler Radio Shack branded scanner. Worth a lot now, but I lost it, unfortunately. It was a nice analog scanner. Demoborg here. Hey, from 26 UK. Nice to have you on board. Brett Willie, you're going to need security now since I've been recognized in public. I'm going to start making videos like a 6'9" big bully to protect me everywhere. Doug Noble, nice to have you here. Used to hear some shortwave stations coming through on my clock radio I had in the 70s. Sparked my interest. I remember having a clock radio from, it was a, oh man, what was that brand? It was like the cheapest, crappiest brand you could buy something. It was a Citizen. And it was a Citizen clock radio that my mom had. And I still remember that when you tune the AM band on some AM frequencies that you'd listen to, you'd hear Morse code seeping in from I don't know what frequency over it. And I was just so amazed at, what is this? Where does that Morse code come from? Free to choose. I almost was born with a radio in my hand. My father used to work in radio stations. Let me find that again. I lost my spot. Sorry, guys. I hate it when that happens. I'm going to go down slowly. Okay. Man, where was I? So, okay, that I've seen. Let me go back down. I'll go back down. And, okay, this is okay. Wow, I lost my spot. Kind of jumped. Okay, I'm not far here. Okay, here we go. So, Free to Choose says, I almost was born with a radio in my hand. Father used to work in radio stations and even converted one of his cars once into a station mobile unit. So I was always fascinated with radio. Oh, that is cool. What radio stations, out of curiosity, if you wanna talk about a little more, Free to Choose? Timothy Gunter says, big story in Fort Smith, KISR. Oh no, they sold the station. No, they are changing frequency and sold that one frequency to a company doing sports. Yeah, a lot of that's happening right now. Tosilov, 11780 is about 7 kilohertz hi-fi. Cool. Joseph, 18100 as digital mode. Yeah, that's FT8. 58. It's FT8 mode on 18100. Jim Gordon, Sally WI5 self-destructed when its boss, Howard Camping, gave a date for the end of the world. As we know, it never happened. Yeah, and the worst part, it wasn't even the first time. When he did that, I think it was its second or third time. I mean, come on. What the hell are you doing? Hey, Marvin Mutz, nice to have you here from the Japan Islands. Timothy Gunter, yeah, that is true. That there are a lot of people that think that, you know, radio is just boring. Bob Rouse, around here, if you mention shortwave, you are branded as being a doomsday prepper, conspiracy theorist, covert double agent. Come on. How can that be? Being in the park saying shortwave and listening to Morse code crypted messages from Russia. What could go wrong? RJ Dakota, my first 2 radios were from Radio Shack, which I've noticed have a new internet catalog. It came with a very direct instructions manual and separate guide of stations I was able to find. So Dave, so it doesn't follow the rule. I'm set at ads every 30 minutes here. Yeah, so it seems it doesn't even follow the rules you put. Yeah, 18100 is FT8. They even sold me the antenna kit, which I set up on my roof at the time. Just with that setup, I found all kinds of things. Steve Ostrowski, nice to have you here. 8.1%. We've driven you to higher alcohol content. A late check-in from a sunny afternoon in Medicine Hat, Alberta. Nice to have you here. Yeah, you guys are so tough on me. I have to drink harder beer because it's getting too complicated. Big Bad John was the longest catch you have ever caught on shortwave. Oh, think about just anything. I mean, the further away, of course, Australia, easily. But, you know, you have to put things into context. It's easy to hear. You know, Radio Australia was easy to hear, and it technically is from Montreal. One of the most distant points that you can actually listen to. But when it's sent to you with 250 kilowatts, you know, you got to put things in perspective when the frequency is right and the power is high. Yeah, it works. I think the more interesting is the furthest stations you hear with very low power. And that is the challenge. That is the fun part. And there's a lot of things that I've, you know, as a shortwave listener, I got utility stations from, you know, South Korea and from the Pacific area, which are much, much weaker than a traditional, you know, even ham radio operators, much weaker than a traditional international broadcast station. If I have to be proud of a couple of amateur radio contacts, and I'm not even talking about just listening, being able with my very modest setup of a half-wave end-fed antenna and 100 watts of power, you know, I've got a couple. I've got SSB voice, and I'm not going to choose the FT8 ones because FT8 for me makes it kind of easy to do long DX, even with low power. I'm going to choose the ones that for me are the tough ones because that's where it is difficult. SSB voice transmission, transmitting, talking on single sideband. Some of my best and most prized catches would be Mongolia, as last year on 20 meter band. I was able to contact Mongolia, voice, SSB. That for me that's DX. That is the tough. It's like, wow, he's hearing me. The Delta Papa Zero, I don't remember the whole call sign. the German Antarctic base, which is technically some of the furthest signals that I could get. He was on 17 meters, the 18 megahertz frequency, and single sideband voice. And after I battled it through the pilot, but eventually he heard me, and I think I probably stayed there half an hour calling back, trying to get his attention and hoping that he hears me, and he heard me. And so the Antarctic base from Germany, that's voice, SSB voice, that's for me fascinating. I do like, contrary to a lot of people that hate it, I do like FT8 and FT4 and all of that. But I get a bigger kick if I can make a contact with Japan voice on my hand gear that I will get with FT8. Because for me, that's a much better representation of how it's just so cool and it's very tough to do. I don't like easy things. It doesn't turn me on. When it's too easy, it doesn't turn me on. So SSB voice with, very far away stations. Oh man, that turns me on. And I'm amazed that my 100 watts with half wave infed gives me some really interesting DX. I mean, it shows you don't need to have that really amazing expensive setup to necessarily be out there in the game of doing good DX, Yeah, unfortunately, JJ Endo, that's the sad part of the AM radio band. Doug Noble, what was a shortwave station from Salt Lake City back in the day? Yeah, that was the, what is it? KUSW was the station. So, Big Bad John wishes there were more music on shortwave. I love the sound. Dave, 740 Zoomer, but I don't think it was that one, because I know 740 Zoomer. And I don't think it was that one, and I'm not sure it was in the 700 kilohertz. I might have been in the 600 kilohertz range. But I know it was not Zoomer. Arch's Autocraft's Kitchen. Jill, that is how I DX medium wave. Tonight I'm unpacking a GE portable transistor radio, and that hasn't been opened in over 30 years. Oh, wow. So, yeah, well, mine did flash too, GMAC, but it didn't change anything. Just out of curiosity. Toasting off, I have a friend who spends most of his spare money on concert tickets and gas to get there. Yeah, we all have our little something. I can tell you that. J Projects, tired of what's on AM. During a field trip, the teacher asked me to put something on the radio. I went to AM and they said, "Are you crazy?" I would guess. Pretty choose ham radio has better image than CB radio because ham is often used in emergency situations. So people know it exists. Scatology a couple of days in a row, like 2 days ago, and the day before I was actually heard the female voice of WWVH. Yeah, that happens regularly. Usually here in the summer, if I tune 15,000 kilohertz, I will be hearing Hawaii most of the time. Most of the time. Geo 255 in Europe AMs are rock. Actually, I like going to Kiwi SDRs in Europe and tuning around the AM band is just so much fun. So much more fun than here. Doesn't know if it's hearing 5, 10, 15, and 20 megahertz now for WWV. Maybe I should do another tune around. Craig Martinetti, is my comment about HCJB still here? I can't find it anywhere. I didn't see your comment though. So you posted a comment on HCJB? I didn't see your comment go through. So have a great weekend. Stay safe, my friends. See you next week. Yeah, usually New Zealand is better in the summer, so we should be checking that out. Jim's Radio Shack. When Radio Shack shifted its business, yeah, you know, it catered to a very specific audience. Radio Shack was popular because it catered to hobbyists and to people that were in a niche market, which nobody, if there was like just nobody doing that outside of them. And you know what? That was as a mainstream chain of stores, giving them that cool vibe that all of us wanted to go through. We all wanted to go to Radio Shack, you know? We all wanted to Radio Shack. And I think they didn't understand that that's what kept them alive. And also, there's another thing that Radio Shack changed over the years. Remember that in the 80s or 70s, if you went to a Radio Shack, the people in there were knowledgeable. This is what I want to do, this and that, and they would just come up with, this is what you need. They knew what you wanted. In the 90s and later, they were just like nobodies that have no idea about anything. You know, I know I'm a little dumbass sometimes. When I know that they know nothing, I will be the one that will like, okay, let's have fun. And I remember in the 90s going to Radio Shack and said, so I want to plug I got a radio that has this type of plug and, PL50, like, so I have a PL259 and I was like, and I'd go on with something that I wanted to do. And they were all like, what's a PL259? And it's like, yeah, you guys don't know shit about anything anymore. You're just, they would hire whoever wants to work. Back in the day, they hired people that had knowledge. And that also is important. You know what? If you go there wanting the knowledge of someone, well, Radio Shack lost it at some point. My local surplus electronics store, Addison Electronics here, that I go to from time to time. And you know what? Tomorrow's Sunday. I should go there tomorrow. I want to take a walk. I want to take a walk there tomorrow, maybe. They still have knowledgeable people. So, like for example, the M-Lite has a 21700 battery. So, it's bigger than an 18650. And so the first thing I wanted is, for some reason in Canada, I went on Amazon and there are 0 21700s that I can purchase. There's tons of 18650s, but not 21700. I don't know why. So when I go there, and they have a lot of batteries, so I'm thinking maybe if some store has one, they will have one there. But I know one thing is that when I get there and I say, I have this device that uses a lithium battery, a 21700, the guy's not going to be like, what are you talking about? The guy's going to be like, okay, we have it or we don't. And I like that because sometimes you have questions, and they're honest too. I went there. I remember a couple of years back because, now I use these power supplies that big here. This one is a 50 amp power supply, switching power supply, purchased on eBay. And it's an amazing power supply. Here too, this is one is a 30 amp one, and amazing. They had a pyramid switching power supply. So when I went there, the first time I had my FT450, I needed a power supply. I went to that electronic superstore, Addison, and they had a huge linear power supply, and it was like $400. And I'm like, I'm not paying $400 for a power supply. There must be cheaper options on there. Plus, that linear power supply was like 60 pounds. I was like, no, just going home with it is going to be like a challenge. I'm going to have to take a taxi or something. I wanted something lightweight, and they had a pyramid branded power supply, which was 30 amps. And, they know what they're talking about. I told him, I said, look, I'm a ham radio operator. I want to have something that's quiet on my radio. Do you think the pyramid power supply is going to be quiet? And the first thing he told me is, I totally understand what you're saying. I can't guarantee it's going to be quiet. Because nobody ever told us if that thing was quiet or not using ham radio gear. I was like, okay. So I told him, so you're fair, and they have a policy of no returns. So it's like, so if I buy it, I can't bring it back. He said, no, you're stuck with it. Okay, so I can't take that chance. I don't want to buy, but it was it was 139 or something like that. And I don't want to spend $150 on something that I can't return. And I finally actually had one, because they had it on Amazon. And it was the crappiest thing ever. It was so noisy. There was buzzes everywhere on the radio. I was like, no, this thing is crap. And that's where I found those, which are way better and are very quiet. Plus, if you were ever to encounter a buzz, there's an offset button. You just turn the offset button, and it removes the buzz and pushes it away, so you can actually have your contact. And this is what I like about that store. It's like, they're honest, and they know what they're talking about when you want something. It's one of those last places. I don't know. There's maybe another one. Somebody told me for parts and stuff, there was one, Abra Electronic, ABRA Electronics. But it's far away from me. And on the west side of town, that apparently is pretty cool too. But at least I have a place nearby that they're knowledgeable. But Radio Shack, when it became Circuit City, knowledge went from 100% to 0. I remember seeing an old woman going there, and she started asking about something she wanted to do with her TV. They didn't have no idea. They had no idea. They were showing her stuff. It was like, no, that's not what you need. I actually got into the conversation and said, you want to do this, 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 this? And I went to the back. I picked up a pack, and I said, this is what you want. They have no idea what you want. I know what you want. This is what you want. And so she's like, oh, thank you so much, young man. Yeah. Mad Radio DXer, I only told one person I am into shortwave, and they gave me a blank look. And they asked me because they saw a radio when they were in my home. I won't even mention I'm a ham, as I know I will get the same look. I don't know how many times somebody came in here, looked at my radio, and says, oh, you do CB radio. It's like, yeah. That's not... It's ham radio, but you know what? Who cares? Toast and love, I love those 50-in-1 things. I want to make a homemade version. Plug it, I have 2 friends IRL who are hams. Kenneth, my first electronic kit was a 10-in-1 Christmas present when I was 11. I mean, this was so cool back in the day, honestly. It's like those were amazing. We learned through that at that age. KW1161 at that age, I'm sure that you were so amazed at that little 10-to-1 kit. Free to choose. The source is owned by Bell. Enough said. Yeah. Andy New, nice to have you on board. M7CUN from the UK. RJ Dakota, you learn a lot about electronics from assembling those kits. When you tweak it properly, put it in the cabinet, and it works great. You learn something about how things work. Yep. These were great. Radical Squadron. My first electronics kit was from Radio Shack, a 200-to-1 project. I got that one a year later with my Christmas money from my uncle. And to make it even more fun, it was on sale. So I paid almost half the price it was sold for. And I had a lot of fun on that one too, the 201 project. Sheila Lissam, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. Two Broke Tim, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Free to choose. Used to work for CKLM. Oh, CKLM in the 70s before it moved to Laval. Also worked for CKVL. Oh, cool. Cool. Blogger Guy says, I think TV is boring. Yeah, for the most part, TV is. I mean, because of my caregiving duties and I need to have channels for someone that is in a wheelchair. And even with all the cable channels I got and all the extras, I hardly find something interesting to watch. I'd rather turn my radio on and just listen. Gary24 fan, I've only been here since the start at 20 UTC and just noticed that Jill's shirt is bilingual. Yeah. It's the new t-shirt from CKUT. I gave my donation to CKUT for the funding drive. It's the new t-shirt for CKUT. CKUT 90.3 FM. Perfect in 3-dimension with my belly. And and so that's the I got it Thursday. Oh man. Dating game. Oh god. Emil Johnson, it is sometimes amusing to listen to Brother Sterry's a good reception indicator. Brother Stairs coming in on 9:30. I should be here in New Zealand. Kenneth says, I think Argentine Antarctic radio program on my Belka DX with just telescopic antenna. Yeah, there's some cool stuff like that. Martin, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Big Bad John, good point on DX and power. Yeah, because it's it depends on the power used. A lot. If you're getting a station from the Antarctica with 500 kilowatts, it's almost difficult not to hear it. But if you're getting that Antarctica with 500 watts, now that's a hell of a distance and a hell of a small power to use. It has to be put in perspective all the time for what DX it is all about. Oh, CGMS. Okay, for you to choose. DH1AO, a long time ago, I fell in love with QRP and still do it today. Yeah, that's kind of cool. QRP, low power and making contacts is cool. Yeah, Delta Papa 0, Golf Victor November. Numair 3 station. That was kind of cool. Tiberstovsky, is your NFED connected to coax or is it one long wire that terminates at your rig? No, it's connected to coax. So the half-wave NFED and is in the backyard goes into a 49-to-1 balun to match the impedance. And from the balun in the back, my coax goes and runs all the side of the house up to the front and enters my window right here up to the radio. Yeah, you have to use a coax. You have no choice. So the antenna is technically all in the backyard, and then there's the coax running all the way around here. There's about 80 feet of coax to reach the antenna in the backyard. Joseph, even there are a lot of people on 11 meter who are proud of their lower power DXing, and it's true. It's more about precision to work lower power. Yep. ZY3WR, very strange conditions. Most of shortwave stations are weak, but WRMI is strong. Old radios, I'm going to get an Edison record player that probably hasn't worked in 100 years. Wow. Take care. Fais attention à toi, David DXer. Always nice to have you here. Old radios also bought an AM transmitter device. Oh, that's going to be cool. Michael HF, I have an idea. Whenever we receive a good signal during the stream, we all take a drink together in unison. Oh man, now that's going to be a challenge, and everybody's going to want us to drink. Two Broke Tim, back in the 70s, late night, I could get Radio Australia, but couldn't get Radio New Zealand. No, because back in the day, Radio New Zealand was not like today. Today, Radio New Zealand has 100 kilowatts in their transmitter. But in the 70s, Radio Australia was a strong station with, 50, 100, 150, 200 kilowatts. Radio New Zealand had only 7.5 kilowatts. I have a QSL here from Radio New Zealand from that time when they had only 7.5 kilowatts. Back in the day, in the 70s and 80s, Radio New Zealand was a difficult DX target. So if you got New Zealand, that was DX. If you got Radio Australia, yeah, it was Radio Australia. We all got Radio Australia. Because, because of the higher power. Blackguard Eyes got CHU on 3330. And Radio Nacional Amazonas on 6180. Kevin Michael, furthest outpost radio 1270 Bear Island, Norway. Yeah, on medium wave too. That's a tough one. That's a really tough one. Kenneth says, I stayed up until 0500 local time listening to RNZ last night with their Saturday night request program on 11725 and 9700. That reminds me of the good old days when I would actually stay up all night to listen to all of those, exotic stations that were not heard unless you would listen to them at 4 in the morning. I remember staying up until 2:45 a.m. on my summer vacation school days because I wanted to hear Transworld Radio Monte Carlo in English. And the only time that I could hear it was back in the 80s. Oh, I was 2:45 a.m. local time, middle of the night. And I would just stay up and tune the bands, and it was so much fun. There was so many things to listen to. RJ Dakota, I noticed a few radios with multi-band shortwave capability in the new Radio Shack catalog. Just a footnote. When Realistic was lost as a nameplate, Radio Shack lost it along the way somewhere. Blagadai, I have 21700 batteries in my car. Oh. Is that what they use in the big batteries in the electric cars and the EVs? Two Broke Tim, finding someone who knows that what day it is, what a day it is at Home Depot. Yeah. Today you're kind of on your own. It's like, I would like to have this to do that, and it's like, yeah, okay, I'll just go around the store and I'm sure I'm going to find something that does the job. Hunter's Handicrafter's Kitchen. Yeah, we do have batteries plus. I haven't seen them in a long time, though. I used to pass by a couple of those regularly. There was one downtown. Batteries plus. You know what? I haven't seen one of those in a long time here. I wonder if they're still. Let me check Google Maps. I'm curious. Are there still batteries plus stores here? Google Maps. Batteries plus. Oops. So batteries plus Montreal. Okay. You know what? It looks like we don't have batteries plus anymore in the city. But we do have something called battery experts. So maybe that, and I remember seeing ads for those. Battery experts. I remember seeing ads and they were saying that they had everything if you needed a battery. So if they don't have them at Addison Electronics, maybe that's where I need to go. Batteries experts. Anyway, they're going to find them somewhere for sure. Blogger Die has Romania in English on 7220. Welcome back, Paul. Yeah, finding people who truly knows what they're talking about is kind of a tough one today. The H1AO, I still have my power supply from the 80s and used linear with ring cord transformer. Yeah, that happens so often. Blogger Die has China Radio International on many frequencies in the 41 meter band. Here we have. And here we have Radio Havana, Cuba with no audio on 11760. Which is sad. Power wasted in just a carrier. $11,830 sounds very Chinese. There's a sign-on of Romania on 11970. Let's go down. Let's go down to 31 meter band here. Let's try something. I'm curious about hearing. RWM time signal from Moscow, Russia. It's not very strong, but it is coming in on 9996 here. It's doing its Morse code ID RWM right now. At 8,000 feet in the Philippines, apartments are full of people who are not only available, but also have knowledge on knows another employee who does. It used to be like that here in the pre-90s. K1161 shall have reached the age of where instead of young man, it is sir in a condensed unsoliciting tone. Oh, man. It's like, you know. Of course, I get young man from, you know, an 80-year-old woman. Things like that. Kevin Michael, Filipinas, 13190 from the Philippine on the Panasonic RF 3100. Oh, God. GMAC, buy a so firm flashlight. Okay, because I tried flashlights, because I remember the last time on Amazon I got 18650s. I ended up buying flashlights. And but I tried the same with, so what's the brand you said here? Sulfurn flashlight. All right, let's check that out. Oh, okay. Here we go. Okay. Wow, these look really super bright. Black LED. Okay. Oh, I might buy that then. Especially if the batteries are expensive. Number. Oh no, these are not what I want. Because they don't have the same battery. Okay, I'm gonna check that out anyways. But I need, because I want to have a couple of extra 21700 for the M-Lite. I mean, the battery lasts a pretty long time, but I'd like to have extra batteries for it. Matt, nice to have you here. MDK2 from Denver, the schizoid weather capital of the world. Well, I can tell you one thing. It's 70 degrees Fahrenheit here in Montreal, and by tomorrow night it's going to be 32 and snowing. So I guess we are probably in the same space. Kevin Michael, New Zealand on 17675, very weak. Matt says nice shirt. Yeah, the CKUT funding drive shirt. Robert says opening the case was tough for me. Lack of visualizing didn't help my studies. Nowadays there's much better learning tools than beginning of digital. Chicopee Radio, nice to have you here. Hey, Gary 24 fan, thank you so much for the donation, much appreciated. GMAC has 5850 coming in hot. Chicopee Radio says my FMDX web server will reopen in 10 more minutes. There was something. Bruce says back in the late 80s, I went to a Radio Shack with another young ham, and when he mentioned we were looking for antennas, the workers said, what you need is copper. Carl Icon, nice to have you here. 6925 music. Let's check that out. Not hearing anything here in Montreal right now. RWM, not strong, but Dare on 9996. And let's check out the rest of the band. 31 meters. WRMI on 9955. Something in Mandarin Chinese 9865. Let me check that out. 9865. So 9865 at this time. It's China Radio International. So that's China. $98.20, but there's something with it. There's a tone. So 9820, that would be, oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that United Nations Radio was still on the air. Look at that. Okay. It exists, still exists. Okay. So at this time, it seems to be China National Radio 2 Business Radio, but there's a tone, and that tone should be below. So you could hear there's a tone, okay? I'm using lower sideband because I see that there's a station from Brazil that's off frequency below. So I will tune below. So here, there's something. I don't hear much audio out of it. Really don't hear much out of it. But according to EIBI Space, 9818.5 is Radio 9 de Julio. So Radio 9 de Julio from Brazil in Portuguese. Unfortunately, I don't hear audio, but the carrier's there on 9818.5. So that should be Brazil technically. Bert says, yes, I mean, copper works, but does aluminum, so does aluminum. And it seemed like a funny kind of ignorant, weird answer, and we could laugh about the memory. Yeah, we all had that, you know. We all had those experiences out there. I remember in 1992 or 3, I had my Pro 43 scanner. I went in to, there was a weird electronics store that I went there a few times, and they actually, what piqued my curiosity is when I went there, they actually had a Sony ICF 7600 in the display case. So that's why I would go there. I was like, you know, is it on sale? Is it less expensive than it was last time? And I would look at it and I was like, a Sony portable, you know. And I remember he saw my scanner, my Pro 43 scanner radio, and the guy said, you know, if you don't leave, I will call the police. And I said, why? You have illegal radio. I don't have illegal radio. This is legal radio. No, you can't listen to the police. It's illegal. So I said, no, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing illegal about listening to the police. And he said, well, if you don't leave, I call the police. I said, call the police if you want. They're not going to do anything. I was like, man. And I told him, I said, you know what's stupid about what you just did? He said, what? I said, I have money to spend here. But now, I don't have money to spend here anymore. I'll never come back. You're a stupid idiot. And I said, please. And so he's just like, you know, I just left. And I was like, it's sad because he had curious electronic stuff in his store. And I was like, no, I'm never going to go back now. You know, the hell with you. And it was like, and it was not the first time. I remember I went to the grocery store to buy stuff. Back then, I had my scanner with me all the time. I would listen to stuff everywhere. And I remember I had it on my belt, and I was paying for my groceries, and the guy that was packing my groceries says, oh, you know, you have an illegal radio there. I said, I don't have an illegal radio. There's nothing illegal about owning a scanner radio. And he said, oh, well, you know, some of my friends told me it's really illegal to listen to police. It's not. It is not. It is if you don't follow the rules. It is not in the days where everybody was analog. There's nothing illegal about listening to the police. Today there is, like here, the Montreal police now is encrypted. Now, that is different. There is a rule in Canada where encrypted transmissions are illegal to decipher, and now you're illegal. Okay. So today I would be illegal if I tried to decrypt the Montreal police. Back in the old days of analog, there was nothing illegal about listening to whatever you want to listen to. But for some reason, there were so many people that thought about that were, for some reason, think that there was something illegal about it. You know, I don't know. It's so weird. Take care, Mad Radio DXer. Always nice to have you on board. Robert, I like the Moosehead beer, but them antlers give me a bruise. Artist out of Crafter's Kitchen, that 7.5 kilowatt radio in New Zealand signal propagated well. You know what? What I understand today is that it would have been easy for me to listen to it back in the day if it wasn't that I had a crappy radio. The Radio Shack DX302 had a serious flaw. And it was that when it overloaded on a strong transmission, it would do like a white noise across the band you're listening to. And that's the only reason it prevented me from listening to New Zealand. The reason I got a QSL with that 7.5 kilowatt radio New Zealand is that one morning, out of the blue, Radio Canada International didn't sign on. And that strong signal was not there to wash out the band. And behold, Radio New Zealand was coming in super well. That's where I learned that radio, okay, is kind of crappy. It overloads too easily on the bands, and I don't hear stuff. I wish I had a good radio in the 80s. I would have heard so much more than I actually heard. MDK2 says 11780 booming, and if you can get 6180, try 11780. Absolutely. Kenneth says, I was over in the Indian Ocean in 1983 and never heard Radio New Zealand on my Sony 2001 radio or National Panasonic. Lagadai. Sorry. Malagadai says, my favorite DX catch was Radio Gulf from Papua New Guinea. They had an ad for Anchor Butter. When went to New Zealand, I found that was a primary dairy brand. Anchor Butter. Okay. Man. Well, the cheapest antenna wire is just whatever wire hangs around in your home. You got speaker wire, just hang it up. It's the cheapest antenna you can do. Blackadeye, Tesla Model S and X use 18650 batteries. Model Y used and 3 used 21700 and some 41600. Oh, that's interesting. So they just bundle up hundreds of those and make a huge battery out of it. Yeah, talking about battery recycling, I got a bag, and you know what? I can't find a freaking place here to do that. I need to check it out. I got a bag that weighs about 30 pounds of used batteries here, and I'm trying to find a place because I don't want to throw them in the garbage. I want to have them recycled. I mean, these things can be recycled. And man, I can't find a freaking place to recycle them. Free to choose. I know of Battery Expa here in Saint-Hyacinthe. Yeah, I think that's what's replacing the maybe the Battery Plus. I'm going to check out Battery Expa. Where's the closest one here, and go check it out for the. And I guess they probably recycle the batteries, so I'm going to go and check out and ask at the same time. Do you recycle batteries? Man. Chicopee Radio has battery plus stores, because there used to be quite a few of them here in Montreal. I remember. Downtown there was one where I was always going in the same place, and there was one that was always there, and I remember those. But it seems it disappeared from. I don't know if they disappeared from Canada or just Montreal. But man. Kevin Michael remembers getting KTWG Guam back in the day. Jim Gordon, listening to Radio 6 via the SDR in the Netherlands. So if you guys want to check it out, go to the U20 SDR, 1467 kilohertz. Mike B, 11780 in Southwest Colorado. Skidology sounds like a Spanish broadcast for Radio Romania on 11970. Matt says, that sounds like Denver weather. Free to choose. I have a Pirate on 6925 upper sideband. All right. Steve Ostrowski, CKUA Radio in Alberta is having their pledge drive this week, but t-shirts are not on for donations. I think getting a t-shirt to show your support of listener fund and radio is a great idea. Yeah, here if the CKUT funding drive that we're talking about on the International Radio Report, you can ask for a t-shirt if you give a pledge of $60 or more. You only have to pay for the shipping fees and all. They're asking $15 for the t-shirt and shipping fees, which I find okay. I mean, it's I want a maximum amount of money to go to the station, honestly. MJ Radio Crime Boss. Hello there. WRSN 677. Nice to have you here. Where are you located? Let us know. Paul Stringer. Hey, nice to have you here. Have our friend here that is battling a tough fight with his health. So hope that things are good, and nice to have you here. Really nice to have you here. Brian Leesner, 6925 Music, GMAC 11930. Mike B, 9865 Chinese in Southwest Colorado. Take care, Blogger Die. See you next week. Well, maybe see you tomorrow, because if the CIDX Club members, guys, tomorrow is the monthly Zoom. Toast and Love 6910 is tuning up on USB, I think. I'm going to check that out. Free to choose. No, what you're hearing is 99820. But if you go to 9818.5 lower sideband, because you want to remove that 9820 signal for you to choose, that you're hearing in Mandarin, 9818.5 is a Brazilian station. But you got to choose lower sideband to remove yourself from the 9820 in Mandarin, which is China. Mark Markland, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Carl Icon in New York, was it illegal to have a scanner in your car? Yeah, that's a different thing. There are a few laws like that happen with, like, when your car, because of a lot of the crime using scanner radios to, it was a little bit like those radar detectors, Rave Gaming Community. Nice to have you here, KG5CUO. Yeah, it depends where you live, though, Steelek. I can tell you one thing. In the United States, it's half and half. Half of the states are still analog. Half of the states are not necessarily encrypted. Sometimes just digital. But depends where you live. Just enough, one of my neighbors called the cops on me for using my telescope once. It was a rocket launcher, Tosin Love. He thought you had a rocket launcher. JJ Ando can't have a scanner in our car here in the stupid state of Minnesota. Or is that a crafter's kitchen? People who don't understand a hobby love to say stuff like that's illegal because they don't understand it. Yeah. For you to choose, it's only illegal to have a police scanner in your car. But even here, I don't think in Quebec a scanner in your car is illegal. We don't have that law here in Quebec or in Canada. I don't think there is a rule here in Canada for that. We just we're gonna ask AI. Is it illegal to have a scanner radio in your car in Canada? It's legal to have a scanner radio in a car in Canada, provided it is used for listening to unencrypted public airwaves. There are no rules for you to prevent using a scanner radio in your vehicle in Canada. So it's legal to have a scanner radio in your car, for you to choose. I was pretty sure about that. There were never a rule here for preventing that. You, on the other hand, if you had a, one of those radar detectors, that's illegal. I was thinking about that KW161 Kenneth when bad lithium batteries happen. I have a BL5C here. I've got about maybe 15 of those little square BL5C batteries that I accumulated over time with different radios and ContiCom sending me the chargers and the batteries and all. And I've got 2 of them that have swelled. And I look at them and I'm like, yeah, maybe I should get rid of those. They shouldn't be in my home. Toslov, I think some states have laws that say police can't be encrypted still, but I guess there's getting fewer now. MJP Radio Crime Boss 5055 kilohertz. And what do you hear there? And my main interest in shortwave listening was utility stations. I read an article. It still is. Kev Michael 9845 with New Life Station Madagascar. Stack USA in French. A stack of batteries is a pile de pile. Confusing. Yeah. Well, it depends what you mean by batteries, because you got to be careful, because in French we do make a distinction. So a stack of, a pile de pile means, like if you have AA batteries, that would be okay for a pile de pile. But when we have, like in an EV, we in French also use the term batterie. And so even though there are several batteries inside that, it's becomes a different name. So a stack of batteries within a battery to power something. So for example, in an EV car, we call it a batterie. But one is not called a batterie in French, it's called a pile. So it is different. We make a distinction between both. Kenneth says last year CKUT t-shirt cost over $25 to ship to the US. Did you check it out this year? Is the shipping the same, or shipping has gone crazy here? Honestly, shipping has gone totally nuts here in Canada. GMAC, look this up on YouTube, a crazy electronics catalog from 1965. Lafayette Radio Electronics. Kevin Michaels got JJY 10 megahertz Japan. WWV is not there. Tosanov says, I think scanner cars are legal here. Steelic, yeah, true. Most of the non-encrypted ones only have some of the traffic, some basically nothing important to. They kind of learn stuff over time. I still remember being, even in the 90s, being amazed that over the airwaves that everybody can listen to, you had all your personal details given out. And I remember when the provincial police would call on a, a license plate, and they would start saying, okay, the name, the full postal address. Oh yeah, he got arrested on drugs, 10 years ago, but was released on parole. And it was like, how can you over the airwaves say that everybody freaking can listen to? I remember back then thinking it was not correct to have all the private personal details of somebody blurted over the airwaves. Okay, Michael, I can't get anything on 800. It's all digital now. Here on 800, it's not all digital. There's still some analog stuff that I can hear on 800. But it's very different from what it used to be. Jasmine, laws which can't be enforced are suggestions. Oh, really? Radar detectors are illegal in Alberta and Saskatchewan? Wow. I know here in Quebec they are not. Shade projects in the U.S. interest in scanners is on the list of suspicious behaviors. That's kind of nice. Ricky Long says, now say in French, a stack of batteries on the back side of a coin. Oh, God. So, in pile de batterie, forget it. Free to choose. The law changed because before police was digital. Let me just go here. Digital encrypted, it was illegal to have. No, it never was free to choose. I can tell you one thing. It is not now. The law didn't change. It was never illegal to have a police scanner in your car in Quebec. And that I can tell you, I would put my hand in fire that it never was a rule in Quebec. Never. I never heard that here. And I was a big scanner buff for a long time. I can tell you, never was illegal in Quebec. Never. You might have had a quick look from a police when he stops you on the side of the road. But I can tell you that in Quebec, it never was illegal to have a scanner. What was illegal, and a lot of, and it's funny because that's the thing, is that one of the rules of scanner radios still today is that what you hear is supposed to be private. So if I hear a transmission from a guy that says something and I'm telling you guys about it now, I could be in trouble. That's illegal. But there was never a rule in Quebec about scanner radios in cars. Never. And it's not because anything changed. Because you know what? Politics are kind of like, not going anywhere. So what happens is that when there's a new law that happens, even if they go into encrypted, why would they change the law to, oh, it's okay now? They wouldn't. They would just leave it the way it is. That's what happened in the United States. In the United States, When they made that law where you can't listen to cell phones and cordless phones, today we don't have that anymore. That law where it blocks those frequency ranges is useless now. Did they change it? No, they did not. It's still there. Why change it? We have no reason to change it. You know, there was a reason to put it in effect. There's no reason to change it. This would have applied here in Quebec also. Oh, we're going to put a law that you don't listen to police in a car. They would have left it there. They would not have gone back and say, oh, let's rewrite the law because now everything is encrypted. There was never such a law in Quebec. I can tell you that for you to choose. Kenneth, if they are swallowing, that's a fire hazard. Yeah, I know. No problem, Kenneth. It's kind of cool though. Our show is the number 5 and the fifth place. The fifth place. Of all the donations on all the shows of CKUT, which is kind of cool. Jasmine, you can still see private details like that. Yeah, the Pox had pagers. Yeah. I remember decoding those. It was kind of so cool. Kind of so cool. So, what else do we have here? Okay. Jim Gordon. So Chicopee Radio says my FMDX web server is open and online. Jim Gordon, listening to Radio 6. Okay, let me go back down here. Okay, let's go down. I'm going to go back here. Okay, Michael has 738 kilohertz RFO Tahiti. Remember when you had Tahiti on shortwave? It was kind of cool. So J Projects is now live. Any news of the LC100? Nope, not at all. I don't think it's necessarily. I think they're kind of waiting. I have the impression that they might be in a let's surf on what we've got. Yeah. Steak USA, yeah, in French, batterie is also a set of drums. Absolutely. Steak USA. Jim's radio check is now getting paranoid about those batteries starting on fire. No, don't get paranoid. I mean, the fact that they could is still a remote thing with all the batteries. Free to choose. They must have been using the War Measure Act back then, but the cops once confiscated my father's scanner in 1970. Well, if it was, well, there weren't a lot of scanner radios in the early 70s. If it was back in the early days of this 1970 when there was that problem happening here with the here in Quebec with the FLQ, but for the most part, you know, there's a good chance that it might be simply a cop that went too far with its own rules, thinking that he could do it, but that if you went to court, he would have had to give it back to you because he had no right to do it. Red Willie, no, I didn't even think about it. But I'd like to check that out, so thanks for reminding me that. Calvinor says, remember the phone calls and that neighbor. Robert, I want no name that are even close to a political person. It is something that doesn't exist here. All right. Yeah, that was something. Yeah, like I mean, it was. It's funny because people's like, how many people called everyone on scanner radios like, "Oh, you're creepy listening to calls." There's nothing creepy about it. You're listening to life happening, and honestly, it was entertainment. If you guys had to choose, watch TV tonight or go back and listen to all the cell phone conversations in one evening, what would you choose? I'd choose cell phone conversations. That was really entertaining. And there's nothing creepy about it. It's like when somebody like says, well, you're trying to listen to baby monitors. Yeah, you're stupid if you call me creepy. You're just dumb. You don't even know what's all about. And it's something that happened. And the cordless phone, the same thing. You learn about your neighbors quite a lot of stuff back in the day. And for those that don't know the story he's referring to is when I moved here, my neighbor downstairs from me, she would her boyfriend lived, and all summer he was at the Hydro-Quebec plant way up north in James Bay, and that was his work. So they would call each other every night, and once every while they would have phone sex. And one night, as my scanner scanned through, was like, oh, look at that. All right, they're having some fun over the phone. And the next morning, I'm going downstairs to get my mail, and she's there getting her mail. And I was like, oh, how's everything? But it's so awkward because it's like, yeah, I heard you having sex with your boyfriend over the phone last night. But it's like you can't say it, you can't tell it, you got to ignore. But it's so very bizarre because it's like, yeah, okay, you okay? Yeah, everything's all right. Your boyfriend's still up there in those northern regions of Quebec, and it's like it's so bizarre, so freaking bizarre. Oh man, it's just crazy. Yeah, now today, and that's the funniest thing, like Jasmine says, is that today, because of people reporting on Google Maps, yeah, there's no radar detector, but your phone's going to tell you that there's, a police or a speed cam or whatever. It's just funny. Nope, 800 and 900 megahertz is not used for cell phone anymore. Nope, in the United States, it's illegal to have or sell a radio that has those gaps. So, that's why the ICOM 8500 was very popular among US radio geeks. They would buy them here in Canada because here in Canada, I got the unlocked version because there's no rules here in Canada. and they would ask Radio World, if I buy it from you guys, am I going to get it? And Radio World would always say, we can't promise you it's not going to come back. If you buy it, it's at your own risk. And they would tell them, is that if you buy it, we don't refund the shipping fees. We'll refund you the price of the radio, but the shipping fees, we're not going to refund because we paid them. And people would still buy the 8500. And it was a hit or a miss. It depended on if the radio went through. It depended on probably the knowledge of the person at the border. And so some people got the radio, some people didn't. The radio was turned back. Old radios, I got a 1930s radio with the police band on. Yeah, back then they were in very low frequencies. So the police frequencies are like in the 30 megahertz range and even lower. You know, one of the things that happened back in the day is the fact that it was very difficult to build radios with very high frequency ranges. So a lot of what happened back then was in very low frequencies. And so you'd get these radios from the 1930s, 40s, whatever, and have the police band in very, very, very low frequencies that you could listen to. Free to choose. Yeah, like I said, radar detectors are illegal to use in Quebec. Absolutely. Jim's ready to check. Yeah, in the 70s, Crystal. I think the first real scanners that were available, that were programmable scanners that you could tune any frequency, was like late 70s. For most of that period of time, they were crystal controlled. And then late 70s, they started to have those scanner radios that you could program frequencies in. It's either that or you had an analog radio that went up to VHF or UHF, and those weren't really good. I mean, I look at the CB or SW60 I got here, and the VHF UHF range, they really don't perform very well. Those radios were like the early, the early versions of scanner radios, but man. Bobby Burgess says, Louisiana, legal to have a radar detector in a private transportation setting only, aka your own car. Radical Squadron, if it is a frequency and you have ability to code, if need be, then it's not creepy. The creepy side, I think it comes from how people interpret or think about, think of somebody that doesn't know much about radio hobby and say, you listen to a baby monitor frequency, you must be a creepy guy. No, you don't understand. You just don't understand it, Gary 24 fan, when I picked up cell phones on Dad's Autocrafters back in the 80s, was never anything exciting. Want to go out to eat tonight? I don't know what you need. Yeah, it was better in the 800 megahertz range, because now when people started having their cell phones, oh God, man, there was a lot of stuff. I told you guys, where I lived in most of the 90s, I was next to one of those shady bars, which was like controlled by the mafia. And I can tell you, I mean, what you heard was on the local cell towers. So, of course, all their cell phones were connecting there. And boy, did I hear a lot of transactions and stuff that it would raise your hair up your, like I was like, oh, wow, that bar is really shady. This is incredible. One of the funniest things that happened when I was living where I was before, back in the day, Radio Shack, sorry. McDonald's, they had their drive-in on 30.480 megahertz. And I still remember the day I moved there and started tuning around what's on the bands at a Pro 2006. And I get a carrier, there's a signal on 30.480, but at the time that I tune it, there's nothing happening. I'm curious. I'm like, oh, and then suddenly somebody goes to the, to the, to order stuff. And I start hearing the guy, 2 Big Macs and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, wow, I'm hearing the McDonald's drive-through. And I was just so amazed at that one. And I still remember that one evening, just for fun, I took 1 full hour on a Friday evening, and I thought, I'm going to add how much money is going through the drive-through in 1 hour. And I was so impressed. I was like, God, no wonder McDonald works. The amount of money that was going through the drive-through just drove me nuts. I was like, God, I can't believe the amount of money going in there. It's just amazing. Today, of course, they must have, I would guess today they must be using Bluetooth headset. That's what I think. I don't think any drive-through would be using some kind of radio frequency that's not at least encrypted, at least. But I would guess that today they must be using headsets, Bluetooth headsets from, point A to point B. James Radio Check. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you would hear all the people in your apartment building and your, and on the street. It was crazy. Kevin Michael, what frequency is the cell phone and baby monitor these days? Well, baby monitors today are, if you buy one today, is spread spectrum, and you will not be able to hear or see anything. But the old ones were in the 49 megahertz range, and the cordless phones were in the 46 megahertz range. Cell phones started when I started listening for the first time. The first rich people that had a cell phone, it was 150 megahertz range, and they had to call that. If you guys remember, they had to call that kind of that operator, give their number. They had like a number to give out, an ID number of some sort, and then they would actually give the phone number, and then had the call go through. That was on the 150 megahertz range. Then, of course, cell phones appeared, and that was for a long time, in the 900 megahertz range, 800, from something like 880 to 900 or something, 870 to 900. I mean, take care, Gary 24 fan. Always nice to have you here. I mean, Jasmine, I mean, it is eavesdropping. Absolutely. For sure. Kind of like looking into their life with a telescope. It's just a radio and antenna. And yeah, the most non-neurodivergent people, that's creepy. Yeah, I mean, I understand the feel, but I mean, of course, you are eavesdropping on people's lives. Definitely. So 902 to 928 is used for mesh comms. It's interesting. Isn't there a ham band in there somewhere? Some kind of seldom used ham band? Brett Woolley, I still own 2 Pro 43s and 2 AR IR 1000, and oh boy, the stories I heard. Oh yeah, I heard a lot of stuff too. I heard politicians. I heard well-known artists talk to their agents I mean, if you listen regularly, it was like, wow. My mom, when I purchased a Pro 92 and there was a Pro 43, and my mom said, can you easily show me how to listen to the police? And that was her main attraction, listening to the police on the different frequencies, see what's happening. And the other one was, explaining to her how to do a scan was complicated. So what I actually just did on the Pro 43 is use the rest of the frequency memories and punch in the 800 megahertz channels of the cell phones. And I just filled it up. She didn't have everything, but it was enough to get a lot of stuff. So I would tell her, I said, you want to hear cops? Press 1. And that's the police and fire department frequency ranges. And I said, if you want to hear cell phones, I said, you press 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. And you press 1 to remove 1. And you will hear. And she understood that. And she would do that regularly. And she was like, it was her fun. And she used my Pro 43. Actually, I had the 92. When she used my Pro 43, she moved a whole folks home. I mean, just take it with you. And it was okay. And I got it back when she died in 2008. I was like, well, if there's one thing I'm going to take back is my Pro 43 scanner. And it gives a special feel to my Pro 43 because it's like, yeah, it once, was my mom's scanner, I guess. That's a good question, Kenneth. Would a radar detector be illegal on a bicycle? First of all, there would need to be radars on the bike paths, which they aren't. So, but that's a good question. What does a vehicle mean? Do they mean it has to have 4 wheels and a motor? Oh, man. Kenneth says a CB craze brought us PLL circuits, replacing the crystal circuits. Yep. Robert says, ask a long-haul trucker about radar detectors, CB radio, and where to go. Get something good to eat. Yeah. Okay, Michael, in the 80s, I made my radios get to 800 megahertz. I mean, that was something. The first scanners that came out with 800 megahertz frequencies, Man. RJ Dakota, I used to find a lot of traffic on 8 to 9 megahertz that would make a lot of people wonder what's going on. There was a lot more than you think going on, even in HF. Yep. Kenneth says, one of my old shipmates had a tape off the ship to shore QE2 phones where a woman was talking to her girlfriend about purchasing pot in the Middle East. All right. I mean, it was crazy back then. People didn't understand anything about security and what their cell phones or even the cordless phones were all about. And I remember, how many times I would hear somebody buy tickets to an event on the phone, giving their credit card number. I mean, I had everything I needed to buy something off those credit cards. That's crazy. I remember being at one place and there was this very popular show here in Quebec, which was Elvis Presley kind of, reenactment show. And she would like, oh, we're buying tickets for Elvis Presley and give out all of her numbers and stuff. It was like, yeah. Hookups, hearing people hook up on the phone is like, yeah. Well, baby, I'm 6'2" and I like long romantic walks on the beach. Yeah. Kevin Michael, 30 to 35 megahertz was McDonald's and Burger King. I used to go to my grandmother's house. I would hear them order cheeseburgers. Oh, man, yeah. It's just so funny. Man, the stuff we could hear back then, it was just amazing. No, I'm pretty sure, Jasmine, there's a ham band that's rated on a 900 megahertz. Ah, here you go, Matt, MDK2, 33 centimeter band, 902 to 928. It is an amateur radio band. 900 megahertz amateur radio band. Yeah, 33 centimeter band. It is an amateur radio band. It is an amateur radio band, Jasmine. It used to be a cordless phone band. I remember the cordless phones being there. Maybe it's kind of shared band. Could it be a shared? So current amateur radio use. Today, 33 centimeter band is rapidly becoming popular with many UHF enthusiasts. Amateur radio television on 923.25. CW and single sideband, just above 903 megahertz. I think there's an FM repeater here in Montreal in that range, actually. So it is an amateur radio band. That is interesting. But I know that there were cordless phones there too. So my question might be, is it a shared band where amateur radio is part of what that spectrum is capable of? And you could be there, but you got to share the frequency with other applications? Super Edge says, I built a police and scanner with Raspberry Pi 4 and SDR dongle, received P25. David Seastern, nice to have you on board. Listening to cell phones, that was fun. Yeah, it was fun. 2N2222A, nice to have you on board. Okay, that's it. It's probably like the 60 meter band, the 5 megahertz amateur band. So it's kind of a shared spectrum. Okay. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Because I also know that there were some cordless phones in the 900 megahertz range that I could hear, and I actually logged a lot of them over time when there was still some stuff to listen to there. And actually, my neighbor that I heard with doing sex over the phone, it was on a 900 megahertz frequency, so it's probably a shared thing. Brett Woolley, I have a baby monitor that I love to keep on my back porch so I can hear my wind chimes. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I have a 49 megahertz talkie here, and sometimes I'm thinking I should just like put it on all the time and put some kind of, I don't know, Glenn Hauser's World of Radio on it, and just let it do 24 hours of broadcasting something. Paul Stringer says, amateur TV was channel 32. Rick Williams, 3.5 to 4 is 80 meter amateur band. Well, it depends. It depends where you live. 3.5 to 4 megahertz is 80 meters in North America. In Europe and the Middle East and almost everywhere else, that band is 3.5 to 3.7 or something. There's a international broadcast band and IARU1 on 3.9 to 4. So it is a shared band. There are other users. Yeah, that's what I guess, because even cordless phones used to use it. So some kind of shared band. Yeah, yeah. Mesh is considered ISM. Okay, okay. Yeah, 60 meters is shared. If a primary member needs to use it, the ham radio operators have to back off, which actually gave a debate last year because there were some military comms that were going through, and there were some idiot AMs that are, that have no knowledge, that were actually giving them a hard time, saying, "Well, this is my frequency range." No, primary is military. You have to just get the freaking out of this band right now. So you're not hearing 5950 WRMI? Might be off for some reason, I would guess. I'm gonna try it here, just out of curiosity. I'm gonna check the Pirates. Okay, I'm hearing music on 6925, by the way. There's something around 6900. I'm wondering if it's not Mixed Radio International. Do I hear anything on 5950? Nope, nothing on 5950. I would tell people around me that what you're broadcasting to everybody else. I remember when I had my first scanner, I would hear there was a baby monitor. My neighbors downstairs had a baby, and they had a baby monitor, and I mean, they were fighting all the time. So all I could hear is always them fighting in Italian, because they were Italian. And I told him, one day I told him, I said, this is like putting a microphone in your home. And they didn't know. Nobody knows. Unless you're a geek like us, nobody knows that's. It's like the FRS or GMRS. When these guys put little codes and they call it private codes, there's nothing private about it. It doesn't prevent us from hearing you. It's the wrong wording for what that is. It's just, PL tones. And but it doesn't put you into any private conversation in any way. It's stupid to call it like that, But people have no knowledge of the technologies. We're the geeks that know about that, that possibility of us being, us hearing everything, and us, but that's the thing. And you know what? The the companies don't really want to, they don't want you to know that, we you could be heard on whatever. So Matt says MDK2, when I used a baby monitor for my eldest daughter, I knew others could hear because I could hear other baby monitors nearby. Yep. And, today, I some people might be tempted to use old baby monitors that still work. And I remember just, telling people, a bar I go to, they were talking with FRS with staff. And I said, this is not encrypted or anything. Neighbors downstairs, they bought a baby monitor. And I told them, I said, I hope you bought a good one. And yeah, it's spectrum. You can't hear anything. Then they bought another one with camera so they could see the picture of, their baby and all. That was kind of cool. I remember seeing a restaurant. There was that, what was the ICOM? The ICR3? There was one of the ICOMs at a TFT screen. And when you were on a cordless camera, you actually could see the video of the camera. There's so many things out there that was just so, yeah, you gotta understand that. Look, man, I don't know. It's, but that's the problem is people don't have the knowledge we have. We are geeks. And we have that knowledge. So, that's how it is. So you guys, if you want to help out, super chat for donation. There's also PayPal for the pizza and cat treats. Don't forget, it helps tremendously for me to continue on. You've been really, really helpful and helping out for me to continue. So, the win, do you still have the pics I sent you on Facebook of my station? You could, you showed them? Well, I don't know if I still have them. I don't know at all if I still have them. Quickly, I'm not sure I can find them. I would have to go through my stuff and try to see if I can find them. So what I'll do is I'll keep in mind about that and try to find it for next week. Yeah, please use English language. It's very important. We do not understand what you're saying. And we want to make sure that, okay, what else do we have? Kevin Michael, remember you trying to get wireless cameras on my TV? I saw a few on UHF, especially below channel 14. I remember when we had amateur radio television. If you had a TV that would go all the way up to channel 83, apparently you could see the UHF amateur TV pictures from that. And I've never done that. I learned way too late that there used to be an amateur TV station on the Olympic Stadium mast broadcasting. And when I learned, it was already turned off. Super Agis says, I wonder what the new Shoyang update. It doesn't bring much of any fixes. It's a so what they did at Shoyang, from my understand, they made a security update to their server connections, and that update gives it changes the security connections to update them to be more secure. But if you don't update, it doesn't prevent you from connecting in the future. But from my understanding, it's really just a kind of, they made an update to their security service, and that's it. And with that update, it brings you to that new security level. MJP Radio Crime Boss. I remember a long time ago in 2000s, my nephew seen a microwave with FCC ID number, and he was asking about it, and I told him, I said, microwave is a radio. And he didn't believe me, and all that, you know, lack of knowledge of everybody, but we are geeks and we know. I don't know how many times I've heard people saying, well, I don't understand why when I turn on my microwave oven, my Wi-Fi drops on my laptop. And over time, as a tech guy, I was like, well, because it's sharing frequencies that are in the same range. But your microwave is a super powerful transmitter. And even though it's enclosed, even though they shielded the microwave for the least amount of leakage, there's still microwave waves that leak out of that box. And I said, if you're far away from your router, that 2.4 megahertz signal is going to drop off, because your microwave is literally sending out a white noise all over the frequency range. So people were like, really? This is all? Yeah, your microwave is a transmitter. It is a powerful transmitter in, on 2450 megahertz. People don't know that. And once again, it's us geeks that understand these kinds of things. It's on 2450 megahertz. So if you got a 1400 watt microwave, you got, a 1.4 kilowatt transmitter on 2450 megahertz, 2.4 gigahertz. It's pretty strong. No wonder your microwave, if you cook something for a long time, comes really hot. That's a very powerful transmitter. Kevin Michael, yeah, there's a lot of fishing boats, all sorts of things there, in that range. Technology, for those who can't afford a Showing R1, you can get one of the Prunus radios that are designed like a vintage radio that supports Bluetooth, much cheaper, like for around 30, 40 bucks. Yep, Light actually has two components. It has a physical component, a particle component that our eyes see, and it has a radio component. Dustinov, there was a popular ATV frequency on 70 centimeters. Yep. If you had a TV that went up to channel 83, I had a black and white TV that could do it. When they started the cell phones on 800 megahertz, if you were tuning around those channels from 70 and up, you would hear cell phone conversations on your television. So, the old neighbor that I had here, I remember one day told me, I said, can you tell me why my laptop loses connection when I start a microwave. And I said, okay, what do you have as connection? And he could do 5 gigahertz. I said, look, we're going to stop the 2.4. We're going to just put 5 gigahertz between the laptop and your router. And you see, everything's going to be fine. It's a question of the frequencies for the microwave and your 2.4 gigahertz laptop are in the same place, and you know the microwave makes a really strong, powerful signal. You know, you'd be surprised at the amount people they use their microwave. You'd be surprised. I never stay very close to my microwave when I use it, because even though it is well designed, there's a lot of noise coming out of that thing. WF7i Homebrew, I will share you the details in private. It's a little complicated, and you'll understand why. I don't think he's active anymore, but I won't share those details here. It'll be between you and me. So, hey guys, we've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes. I am hungry. I want to have that pizza. And I want to go also and edit the International Report Show for tomorrow on the CKUT. It's the last day of funding drive. So, it's going to be, a busy night. I want to thank all of you once again for being here. Thank you for the donations, either through the Super Chat or through PayPal. And thanks for being here all the time. We had a great audience tonight. We reached 200 at some point, and we maintain above 150 for quite a long time tonight. It was very interesting to see the people there that were kind of, entertained by all of this. So take care, guys. Hey, Ricky, thank you for the donation that I received the other day. I forgot to say thank you. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Thanks for the donations. Thanks for supporting me. Thanks for being great people. See you next Saturday. And next week is going to be 2 days of stuff. I will share with you next week the link to the Zoom on Sunday at the same time. So, Kenneth, I didn't know you were in trouble with Pizza the Hut. And thank you all for being here. It's just amazing to be here every Saturday with you guys. Take care. Love you all. All right. Stay safe. And see you next Saturday, 20 hours Universal Time. And Sunday on the Zoom at 20 hours Universal.